back through the right-handed partnership of James Coles and Ollie Carter, who so far have added 47. The 4 left-handers at the top of the order blown away relatively quickly. Haynes and Hughes, the openers, were parted. Third ball of the morning. Haynes out for 0. Daniel Hughes went for 12. Tom Clark for 8. Tom Alsop for 5, getting the ball of the morning really from Josh Tong. A speared in Yorker that was right on the money and nearly knocked Alsop off his feet. If it had knocked him off his feet, it would still have been out LBW. The only saving grace for Tom Alsop, I guess, is that I'm not entirely sure what else he could have done, and it would have got pretty much anybody out. Terrific ball from Josh Tong, and it looks very much as if the former Worcestershire man is going to get the first over of the afternoon. Welcome, one and all. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, from BBC Sussex Sport. Adrian Harms here alongside, suitably fed and watered, hopefully, and we're ready to go again.
Very nice too, Dave. There's a lovely, I love coming to Trent Bridge. There's a lovely selection for lunch, 3 or 4 hot dishes, and very nice too.
Well, this is the trouble with you, Brighton sort. Because I'm just reading that Chris Eubank has failed his the weigh-in.
Has he?
He's overweight.
Oh, he has to play a penalty.
He's overweight, yes.
I think the fight goes ahead.
£375,000.
Is that his fine?
Yeah.
Stone me, wow. And
the other thing on the BBC Sport website is that I've watched snooker, nothing but snooker, for the last 3 days, and there's been a 147 this morning. Isn't it typical? Take us away.
Josh Tung's going to open us up from the Ratcliffe Road end, coming running into bowl to right-handed James Coles wide outside the off stump, and I don't know whether Coles hit that or not. The ball's raced away down towards the third man boundary. They've come back for the second. No, they are byes. That went a long way, didn't it? Miles.
That's a bit harsh on Carl Verena, that, isn't it?
Very, very harsh. But 2 more to the total, which brings up... No, it doesn't bring up the 50 partnerships.
49.
Yes, 49. What's the matter with my maths?
Oh, third line down on the scoreboard, top left. Partnership.
Ah, thank you. Oh yes, it's all there somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just finding it.
Yeah.
Every board's different, isn't it?
It is. In comes Tongue running away from us. In and bowls, and Coles is forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. I was listening about the fight tomorrow, and they were talking about rehydration clauses. So I think you have a weigh-in today, and then you can put on a certain amount of weight or something. I don't really quite understand it, but there was all sorts of penalties if they did. 375,000 crumbs. I think I'd have made the weight, Dave. I think I'd have been in that sauna. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Josh Tongue, already 1 wicket to his name, comes steaming in and bowls, and James Coles right in behind that. The large crowd of no you probably heard in our effects microphone, and there is no run.
I was looking a little closer at the morning scorecards up and down the country. Only 5 games going on in this round, 3 in the first division, 2 in the second. The side winning the toss, without exception, opted to field first. And at Bristol, first ball after lunch has brought another wicket, 88 for 7, Gloucestershire against Leicestershire.
Had a good start to the season, Leicestershire. Tongue is in, bowls, Coles is solidly forward, ball of good length, plays it into the offside, there is no run.
I think there's a few Sussex supporters here, Adrian. Saw 1 or 2 on the concourse and on the stairs.
Yeah, I won't mention the gentleman by name, but I sat down to have my lunch and I found myself talking to an ex-secretary of Sussex Cricket Club, so it's funny who you come across.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet him. Well, it's a nice trip, lovely ground, and Tongue wheels around in front of us and comes running into bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who 29 full toss clipped away by Coles, and that's 4 runs. Well, he wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. He's bowled very few poor deliveries, Josh Tongue, but he didn't get that one quite right, and the full toss that Coles whips away through the covers, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Very welcome 50 partnership as well. James Coles goes to 33. That coming in
108
balls. Thank you. Yeah, I will get the hang of this scoreboard.
Yeah, up the top. You say he didn't miss out on that. Could have been so easy, couldn't it? You're focusing, you're looking where it's pitching, and then suddenly you get a knee-high full toss.
Yes.
Just to have played all round it. And
your eyes light up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those Red Soxes in and bowls, and Coles plays very nicely through square leg. He's to pick up a couple of runs. No, just a single. It's a relatively short boundary. And was that Liam Patterson-White who was chasing back?
Yeah.
Prevented anything more than a second run. So end of the opening over after lunch, and Sussex have moved to 82 for 4.
Without thinking too deeply about it, I'm pretty sure he's the only left-handed thrower in the side, so that's generally a bit of a giveaway. Certainly it would be a club cricket fine, wouldn't it, for Josh Tong, those scarlet socks he's wearing. A lot of the sides I used to play in it would have been anyway. Go towards the end of the season festivities. Going to be Brett Hutton to bowl the second over of the afternoon session, the first from the Stuart Broad end where he got all his 3 wickets this morning.
It's a lot brighter now, Dave, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
A lot brighter
still
than before
chilly.
lunch.
Still chilly. So here comes Hutton. He's bowling to Coles, who's on 34. Just works this into the covers. There's Ben Slater. No run. Expecting Slater to drop down to number 3 in the Notts order, with Duckett back in the side. It's funny, before he got going again with England, Ben Duckett, he would bat 3 and Slater would open, but of course England have used this version of Ben Duckett as an opener, so he now opens whenever he returns to play for his county, if that makes sense. Here's Hutton, passed umpire Blackwell bowls, and again turned on the leg side. There was a little bit of shall we, shan't we between the 2 batters, and then they decide not to.
Sussex well remember Ben Duckett, Dave, from a game at Northampton a few years ago, rain-affected game, when he made a big double 100 and was not out. I don't know if that's still his best score.
It is.
Right.
It is a career best 282.
Right, there you go.
Were you there for that?
Yeah, I was.
82 for 4. Hutton bowls and chopped down onto his boot by Coles. It's it's a mind-boggling sort of score, isn't it?
Yes.
282 not out.
And I think he was only prevented really from going on to the 300 by the weather, from memory.
This can remember a game we did together at Horsham in 2015 where James Taylor got 291. Pretty sure Chris Nash caught him.
Ooh.
In the gully. Next ball wide of the pegs and through to Verena.
Richard got in touch before lunch, who's up in Scarborough. He was talking about coming down to London to watch football. He's a Fulham fan, and he says he's also a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars. You would know who that is.
The Jaguars.
And he says that the owner of Fulham owns the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Shahid Khan.
That's it, yeah.
So he comes down to watch the Jaguars and see Fulham as well.
Did he get up and watch the draft this morning?
Oh, I don't know.
There's Hutton. Bowls and again dropped on the leg side. No run. This won't mean anything to you then, I presume. The Jags traded up to number 2.
No, wouldn't. I mean, does it work then that if you finish lower down the league, you get the first pick of players?
Yes, yeah.
So it gets shared around a bit more?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. Yeah, coming out of the college game, universities effectively, the college game, those that are leaving college, leaving university and want to become a professional athlete, put themselves up for the draft. This is worked away through the leg side nicely by Coles. Yeah, one of the shots of the morning. I don't think it's going to go all the way, just not quite enough juice to reach the fence, but they will take a comfortable 3. I tell you what, if this was a run chase on the last day, they could have had 4 then, couldn't they? But they settled for 3, and it's 85 for 4, and then it's all based on the previous year's finishing positions. And so there are 32 teams. So the team that had the worst record last year, Tennessee, they picked first overnight when the draft opened, and they picked what's regarded as the best young quarterback in the land. The last, the Super Bowl winners, so effectively the team that finished top last season, Philadelphia Eagles, they picked last, 32nd, and they have 6 rounds of that, so you can get the 6 best university players, if you like, in the draft at this stage of the season.
And would they go straight into the first team, though?
Not necessarily, no.
Just Tongue. He's going to come in from the Ratcliffe Road end, running away from us. In bowls, Coles defends to mid-on. There is no run.
It doesn't start until September, and they have a roster of 56. So Jim do all the various whatevers. So they are satisfied. They're not going to take them on in April and then get rid of them before September. But you don't necessarily have a first team. You have a roster of 56.
Tongue in bowls. Coles he takes his hand off the bat again, does James Coles. I just wonder if he's slightly troubled. That's his right hand, and a couple of times he just looked a little anxiously, but he's...
Yeah, you pointed that out this morning.
Might have perhaps got hit on there earlier on. Just one thing with that, Dave. So the chap who signed for Tennessee, he might think to himself, well, Tennessee were bottom. I quite go into a club who are better than that. You don't get a choice.
No, essentially.
Right. Okay. But if it spreads things around, then that's probably a good thing. Tongue runs away from us in bowls. Sure. James Coles has been hit somewhere very painful, I think. That was a very un-James-like shot. James Coles, he normally plays very straight, and it was short. I guess had he belted that through mid-wicket for 4, I'd have said it was a good shot, but it didn't quite look as it was there for the shot, and he's been hit, I think, midships. He's just taking a little moment.
No, in that particular instance, they've obviously said, we want you to be the face of our franchise. You're the quarterback. You're the star. We're going to give you X many million a year. We're going to get you some nice receivers to throw the ball to. Just do your stuff that you did in university, and you're going to be a star, sunshine.
Tongue in bowls to James Coles. He's going to be caught at mid-on, and I rather think the previous delivery accounted for James Coles there. It was short from Josh Tongue. James Coles never really in a position to play the shot, and he's pulled the ball to mid-on where he's caught by Hasiba B. But I think it was the previous delivery that rather did for James Coles. And he also looked at his hand as he wandered off, so I just wonder whether he's in a little bit of his comfort there, James Coles. He's on his way. Shame, because that was a good innings from James Coles. He was looking good, but he's gone for 37, and Sussex now 85 for 5.
I think you're absolutely bang on there, Adrian. It's a very good spot and well described. Yeah, he ruffled him up. He made him feel uncomfortable. He hurt him with a short ball into the stomach area, the abdomen area, wherever he struck him amidships, he caused him a nasty, painful blow. It was banged in short again, and Coles clearly didn't want to take another one in that sort of region. Tried to pull it away and just spooned it up in the air. But again, go back to the tongue and the X factor. I don't know if there's anybody else in the Notts side that would have been able to do that, to bang it in hard and hurt him. And get that sort of response. He has just got something a little bit different.
Yes, he certainly has, and he's certainly the quickest bowler we've seen on show here today. So, out comes very much Sussex's man of the moment. He can't score runs every week, but Sussex will be hoping he scores a few more today. It's John Simpson, the skipper, who comes wandering out. It's much brighter around Trent Bridge now, lots and lots of lighter sky, not too much blue sky, but it's getting brighter all the time as John Simpson wanders out and has a quick word to Ollie Carter as he makes his way out to the middle. So James Cole's gone for 37, and Josh Tongue with the breakthrough straight after lunch. He's in his 10th over, figures of 2 for 31. Spoke to John Simpson after the game against Surrey last week, and he said Trent Bridge is one of his favourite grounds. And why wouldn't it be? So he takes guards, does a couple of knees bends, wanders away towards square leg, which is very much his wont, and he waits for Josh Tongue, who's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Sussex skipper John Simpson. 85 for 5, and that Tongue is in. Bowls short. Whoa, crumbs, that was quick as well, and taken by Carl Verena, sort of way over his right shoulder. That was a very pacey delivery. Well, it's all England like, isn't it, Dave? You know, they want to go to Australia with a battery of fast bowlers. That's the stated intention. And certainly watching Josh Tongue, this is as quick as probably we've seen this season. Jaden Seals is pretty sharp as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him, West Indies international.
Tongue is in again. Bowls. Oh, Simpson lets that go. Now we have to say, Josh Tongue's got his hands on his head out the slip cordon, but you have to say, Dave was saying there's only two sorts of leave, and that was a good leave by John Simpson. End of the over, good over from Josh Tongue, which accounted for James Coles. Out for 37. I thought he batted really nicely, James, but rather undone by the ball midships and then looking to pull the next delivery, caught, as Dave was saying, at mid-on by the Nottinghamshire skipper, Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, Ollie Stone's another one, but he's again picked up an injury, knee injury that requires Bryden Carr, Smartwood are also out injured. Joffre, of course,
well, we don't know.
A good couple of years where he's out injured. Notts have got Freddie McCann on as a sub-fielder at first slip, as Hutton bowls and Ollie Carter reaches forward and defends. So Ben Duckett at second. Joe Clark's gone to third. So who's missing? No, it's Jack Haynes at third. So it's presumably Joe Clark who's gone off the field. Little comfort break. Missed. Well, he wasn't on the field. Days 3 or 4 at Edgbaston, Joe Clark, with a sore neck, a stiff neck. He's off the field at the moment. Here's Hutton. Bowls now and chopped away for 4. To that unforgivingly short side. Hutton just giving enough width there for Carter to cut that away. That's a nice shot, and he moves on to 22. And it's 89 for 5, Sussex.
Yes, we don't know about Joffre Archer. Clearly he's a Sussex player, but he's, we very, very rarely see Joffre at Hove these days. He's playing in the IPL or, he's centrally contracted, so Sussex have absolutely no say on when he's going to play. So how fit he is in terms of any 5-day cricket, only time will tell.
There comes Hutton into Carter. It's going to bring at least 1 to the Sussex total. It will be 1, and just wondered if there might have been a bit of bat on that, onto pad, and then they take the single down the leg side, but it's given as a leg bite. So Sussex up to 90 for 5. I was doing something of national importance. There it was, John Simpson. I was just going to look his record up against Nottinghamshire, which won't take me a moment or two. I know I've seen at least 1 John Simpson century against Notts, but wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if there was more than that. He's on strike now, the left-hander. Captain Sussex now after many years with Middlesex. He had a testimonial year as Hutton bowls to him and pushes it out onto the offside. So first-class batting, John Simpson versus Nottinghamshire. This is his 15th first-class match against Notts. Just 1 century, 108 not out, but 5 50s, averages 48.14 against Notts.
Perhaps that's why it's one of his favourite grounds.
15th match against Notts. 50th is pushed up to mid-off. Brett Hutton left Notts for 3 seasons, went and had 3 seasons with Northants, and his last game for Notts before he left was that same game in 2017 at Hove that Chris Reed retired in. So he played 18, 19. Was it 2 years? No, it's 2 years, 18 and 19, and came back for the COVID year. There's Hutton. Bowls to John Simpson. Blocks this one. Accurate stuff from Brett Hutton to the left-hander, but earlier in the over, Carter got away from him, just cutting that ball down to third man. 90 for 4. 35 overs have gone.
I was going to say something, Dave, and I've completely forgotten what it was.
It'll come round again. Either that.
Oh, yes. We're talking about England bowlers, and one of our correspondents, I forget your name, so I do apologise, got in touch about Ollie Robinson and where is Ollie Robinson in terms of England, etc. Having, fallen out of favour in the last couple of years. Just break off because Josh Tongue, who is very much in England selectors' thoughts, is coming in from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground, bowling with 3 slips to the right-handed Ollie Carter. He's in and bowls, and Carter drives through the offside. He's going to get at least 1. Is Ollie Carter? That's all he's going to get. He goes to 24, and the total to 90. But the score was really good. It's very quick here, Dave, isn't it? It got to 23, 91 for 5. Now, Ollie spoke at the end of last season about his desire was to get on the plane to Australia for the Ashes. You know, he's some way off that plane at the moment. That being said, with all the injuries around these England fast bowlers, you think anyone who picks up some wickets early season must be sort of talking himself into at least getting in, into the equation. Tongue in bowls, Simpson right in behind that, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
It's funny, you never hear people sort of a year and a half, 2 years ahead of a trip to Bangladesh or Pakistan or wherever I want to get on that plane to Bangladesh. But it's always the Ashes, isn't it? It's so important to cricket and cricketers, and people want to be involved in that. I think there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. So I presume we're into the 2 o'clock news. There's Josh Tong wearing number, in which they picked up 4 Sussex wickets. These two sides locked together the start of the day at the top of the table, and another strike for Josh Tong straight after lunch. Joe Coles out for 37. He was struck from the previous delivery, got another bouncer, took on the short ball and pulled it straight to Hamid at mid-on. So Sussex losing their 5th wicket. They're 91 for 5. And I know is Tong bowling, and this one's cut over, slips and away for 4. And I know it's not Joe Cole, it's James Coles, isn't it? It's James Cole. Joe Cole was a completely different
sport.
Yeah.
That whistled away over the slips there. You know, I'm not entirely sure John Simpson intended to play that shot.
I tell you what, I'm absolutely certain he didn't intend to play that shot high over the slips. Sorry, I leapt in there because I was still talking at the end of the news.
No, don't worry.
And I could see he was going to release it.
No, you carry on, Dave.
Tong's figures 2 for 38. This is his 11th over. Bowling round the wicket again, and Simpson's shoulders, arms. So Brett Hutton got 3 of the 4 left-handers at the start of the day. Josh Tong getting the other one. Tom Alsop. John Simpson's out there. Fergus O'Neill's warming up. He's presented with his Nottinghamshire cap on debut, of course, the first match of the season. And if memory serves, he wore his Nottinghamshire cap all through that game. There's Tong, bowls past Simpson's bat and through to the keeper. At the end of that game, which Notts won, I interviewed him, and he was already getting a bit giddy. I'm off out to celebrate, and this is going to be a good night. This is going to be a party night, like winning. I'm off out to celebrate. And I've not seen him with his cap since. Now, I don't know if the two things are linked or not, but yeah, it was.
They could be going going around Nottingham with his cap on.
It was one of those interviews. Yeah, like winning. Off to celebrate. Off to party with my new mates. Tong bowls wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. Just thank goodness that Luke Fletcher's no longer part of the club, because those two would have really hit it off. 97 for 5 Sussex. John Simpson 4. Carter 23 since lunch. James Coles caught Hasib Hamid from the bowling of Josh Tong for 37. That was in the 34th out. +2 on their over. Ever fathom those sorts of things out, but there we are. And just very quickly, Sheffield Outlaw, Joe and I, that's son Joe and I, really looking forward to getting to Trent Bridge this weekend. Missed the first couple of games due to holiday, but we'll be there over the weekend. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw.
And I think the weather's meant to be improving, certainly into the Sunday onwards, getting quite warm apparently. David Edgington's been back in touch. David got in touch to talk to us about Giles Hayward, who played for both Nottinghamshire and Sussex. More on that in a moment, as in comes Brett Hutton over the wicket bowls to Ollie Carter, who clips this down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Ollie Carter, he goes to 24. Sussex to 98 for 5. David says previously he was a member of the England Under-19 World Cup winning side in 1998 in South Africa. He took 3 wickets in the final against New Zealand. Rob Key and Graham Swan were also in that team, with Stephen Peters scoring a century.
And Paul Franks, who's the Nottinghamshire assistant head coach to Peter Moores here, was in that team.
There you go.
Stephen Peters skipper the side. I think he did.
I'm sure David would know if he's still listening. In comes Hutton, bowls to Simpson, who drives nicely down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched was Brett Hutton there, and John Simpson very quickly onto that, drilled the ball down the ground, and that's a boundary which brings up the 100 for Sussex. 102 for 5. John Simpson goes to 8. And a nice shot right up the middle of the bat from John Simpson.
I've just pulled up the career record of Giles Hayward, and he did actually play 1 first-class game for Sussex. Your correspondent David's bang on with regards to List A matches. Played 14 List A games for Sussex, just 5 for Notts, but he did play 1 first-class match.
In comes Hutton over the wicket bowls. Simpson punches it through the offside. This could be another boundary. The ball is rolling over an old wicket. It's rolling towards the boundary edge. In fact, my apologies, it probably pulls up about 2 or 3 yards inside of the boundary ropes. But John Simpson moves into double figures. He's on 10. Sussex 104 for 5.
And it was against Leicestershire at Arundel in 1999.
You are really quick on that. Is that Cricket Archive that you use? Is that
yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Very, very good indeed. I'm very impressed, Dave. That's pretty much everything there you need. You've got to know your way around it, though, and you're very adept. 3 slips weight, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Brett Hunt comes around the wicket now, bowls to John Simpson, short, and Simpson says, thank you, and pulls that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was a short delivery. John Simpson wasn't going to... And he goes down the pitch, does a bit of gardening. Simpson very quickly on to 14. Sussex 108 for 5.
Yes, that's the difference, I think, in just terms of raw pace between Brett Hutton and Josh Tong. Not entirely sure that he'll be pulling Josh Tong sort of knee-high.
Hutton again. Get his line right there. In again, bowls, and Simpson's beaten. There's a good response from Brett Hutton. Beats Simpson outside the off stump. There is no run. David Sharp's been in touch. Hello, David. He said from sunny Berkshire. He says, I couldn't tune in this morning because I was cutting the grass. It takes all morning to cut your grass, Dave. I wonder if you've got a big lawn or whatever. But he was cutting the grass, David, so he didn't tune in this morning. Looking at the current score, was it a bowl first if you won the toss? I would say yes. I'm pretty certain Sussex would have bowled first had they won the toss. And comes Hutton again, bowls. Oh, Simpson's beaten for consecutive deliveries. Good response from Brett Hutton. 2 lovely deliveries past the outside edge of John Simpson. End of the over, 108 for 5. Simpson on 14. Ollie Carter is on 24.
Was just a brief comfort break for Joe Clark, who's just come back on the field. Freddie McCann's gone off. Finn Hodgson-Prentice, Adrian listed to come in next. He does have a fond memory of this ground in the Bob Willis Trophy year of 2020. I think he got 90 not out, with Leas Deploy getting 150 or so at the other end, as on the last day Derbyshire chased down 400 here, and you can imagine the local rivalry. Notts and Derbyshire hadn't won here for decades, and in his guise as a Derbyshire all-rounder helped them get over the line as Tong bowls another full pitch delivery, harrowing in on the boot of Ollie Carter, but Carter again able to turn it away on the leg side for 2.
Yes, I mean, it's where Finn resurrected his career, because he played 1 first-class match for Sussex before he left and went to the MCC, and then via there to Derbyshire, and then back home to Sussex. Well,
last time Notts were down at Hove, he joined you and I on commentary, if you remember. He was out injured at the start of the 2022 season.
Yes, he was. You've got an amazing memory, Dave. Either I've got a bad memory.
110 for 5. Tong bowls it into the offside bump ball. Crowd catch straight to Patterson White.
What did I think had he hurt his back?
He hurt something.
I can't remember.
I remember part of the discussion was who had the longest hair, either Asiba Mead or Finn Hodgson-Prentice at the time. Well, Hassas had his cut short.
So's Finn. Yeah.
But they both had very long hair, didn't they, at the time?
They did.
110 for 5. In comes Tong again, arrowing on the stumps of Ollie Carter, who gets solidly behind it and plays it up to Fergus O'Neill at mid-off. Haynes, leading run scorer in the country. A duck today. Clark out for 8. Daniel Hughes for 12. Tom Alsop 5. And James Coles, top scorer so far with 37. Ollie Carter 26 not out. John Simpson 14 not out. That's 1 wicket away from a second bonus point. As Tong bowls nice and full and worked up to O'Neill again at mid-off, and there's no run. 3 wickets to Houghton, 2 to Tong. First innings last week at Edgbaston. Not only needed the 2 bowlers to take wickets, 5 wickets for Brett Hutton and 5 for O'Neill in the first innings, as the pairs were rumbled for just 93. And then an undefeated century from Seba Mead, who carried his bat. Notts very close to polishing off the victory when the rains came. This has steered into the offside. And a single taken. So Nelson, for Sussex supporters who were superstitious lot. A quick blast of hot chocolate, I think
Hot
it was.
chocolate, well recognised. I was trying to think who that was.
Yeah, Nelson on the board. Yes, a bit of a distraction from the Radio Nottingham studios this afternoon. Blast of hot chocolate. Errol Brown.
Tongue in bowls, cut away by sorry, Dave, was that you or me?
I don't know. I lost. Yeah, it should have been me, shouldn't it?
That's right.
Well done. Dot ball.
Dot ball.
End of the over. Nelson for 5.
Richard's been back in talking about NFL,
yes.
Dave, and he says, yes, I watched the NFL draft at 1:30 this morning. Now, this means nothing to me. So he says, Jags upped their option from 5th to 2nd on the first draft, but had to give away our second draft choice and 4th and 5th to the Cleveland Browns. The draft, as your colleague said, is to try and even things up so you don't end up with a Man City-Liverpool type of situation where the biggest teams buy the best players and others will never get near them. That sounds like a good idea to me. But there we are. I know nothing about the draft, but you've explained it very well, Dave and Richard, so thank you.
I've had a lot of years of hurt.
Oh, who's your team?
The NFL.
Oh, the Miami Dolphins. No, I recognise that. That's right, isn't it?
It is.
I'm pleased
It
with
is.
myself.
It is.
I'm sure you've told me that before, actually. In goes Brett Hutton, comes running in and bowls to Carter, who hammers that one away down towards third man. Is he going to pick up a boundary? Yes, he does. The fielder down there, away to our right-hand side, was scrabbling around the boundary edge. My apologies, I can't see quite. I think it might be. Is that Liam Patterson? No, it was Ben Slater.
Yeah.
Diving around the boundary edge. You couldn't prevent a boundary. Ollie Carter goes to 31, 115 for 5.
Yeah, he's not psychic, Adrian, by the way. He was looking at my phone cover there to see the Dolphins. But, yeah.
Have they ever won the Super Bowl? Or?
They won it twice in the 70s. They got to 2 more Super Bowls in the 80s when I started watching the NFL and been a fan ever since. So,
You're the jinx, then.
to misquote 3 Lions, I've had 40 years of hurt.
Hutton in bowls to Carter, who turns this onto the leg side, backward of square on the leg side, and picks up a single. Does Carter? He goes to 32, 116 for 5. Martin has been in touch. Martin Mahoney in sunny High Wycombe. It's sunny everywhere, but here today everyone keeps saying, oh, it's sunny in Worthing, sunny in High Wycombe, sunny in Dubai. I don't know if it was sunny from our listener in
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Kazakhstan or Wellington.
The middle of the night in Wellington, won't it?
Yes, it would be. Yeah,
Won't be sunny there then.
I wouldn't have thought so. And they're going into autumn there, aren't they?
High Wycombe.
In comes Hutton, bowls to Simpson, who plays defensively into the offside now. And he says, listening to your earlier email regarding fans' expectations of the start of the season, as Sussex and Notts have started so well, our respective expectations are obviously higher, especially in the case of Sussex. So as a Sussex fan, will we be disappointed if we are not in the top 4 come the end of the season? Just ask a Forest fan if they finish outside the Champions League places. I think Sussex would be, well, let's break off. In comes Hutton. Around the wicket bowls to John Simpson, who defends into the offside, no run. I'm sort of agreeing with Paul Farbrace in that I think we'll know a lot more. I mean, 4 pretty tough games. They're all difficult games in the first division. You know, Warwickshire, Somerset, Surrey, and Notts.
Looking up throughout the bulk of the season, trying to keep in touch.
Hutton in bowl, Simpson lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
But then the games get underway and you have some early success, and you know, quite rightly, Sussex getting a lot of the headlines for the fact they're sat there up towards the sharp end of the table with a win and 2 draws, scored lots of runs in the early weeks of the season. Very attractive side. You've got a great record at Hove as well, haven't you? So
yes, they haven't lost.
That's a little bit of a fortress.
Yeah, haven't lost at Hove since Paul Farbrace took over. In comes Hutton, bowls. Simpson is caught, and Brett Hutton picks up his 4th wicket of the day. John Simpson is annoyed with himself. It was short outside the off stump, and John Simpson rather guided that into the slip cord. He is on his way. The 6th wicket goes down, and Sussex 116 for 6.
Yeah, it's simple catching practice for Brett Hutton, for Ben Duckett. But lovely bowling again from Brett Hutton. John Simpson out for 14. He was at the crease 23 minutes, 21 balls faced, 3 fours. Caught Duckett, bowled Hutton for 14, and the visitors here 116 for 6. And Notts do have their 2nd bowling bonus point. I've been hoping to cash in with the first spells after lunch from each end, and they have done that. A wicket for Tong, a wicket for Hutton. And although Finn Hudson-Prentice is a very, very good player, they can see a route into the
they can
into the lower order now. Notts,
they can,
with number 8 on his way out to the middle.
If you ask me, you know, where will Sussex finish this season? I think, you know, if you've just been promoted, if you can, you know, finish mid-table, I think that's a very good season. My hope for the season is that we play on good wickets where results are possible, because I think there's nothing worse for the 4-day game than some of the dead wickets you do see around the country where games are drifting to a draw from the first day. And I would, you know, we've had some really good wickets down at Hove. I know last week was perhaps a little flatter than some of the pitches, but in general the pitches at Hove have been excellent. They're result wickets, and I would far sooner say result cricket with a little bit in it for the bowlers, and if you bat well, and that's what it's been like at Hove. So that's what I hope for this season. And this looks like the sort of pitch where it's giving a bit of assistance to the bowlers, and it's testing for question.
Are there any more lefties? I was just thinking, I wonder if anybody's ever taken an all-lefty 5 folk, because Brett Hutton's got 4 now. I was just looking and they're all the lefties.
I think Jaden is a lefty.
Have to save that one then for Brett.
I ought to know that. Crumbs. Anyway, in comes... is it me, Dave?
Yeah, go on.
In a bowled wide of the off stump, let go by Carter. There is no run. Jeremy Stern's been in touch. He says, I went to school with Giles Highwood. When I was in my final year, I captained my house team. Giles was in his first year, aged 13. His brother Marcus was 14. Despite their age, I picked them for the team. After the opponent's 18-year-old fast bowler removed the top order for Buttons, Giles, who was tiny, and Marcus together put on a huge partnership. He was totally at ease in the face of hostile bowling. I then let him open the bowling once again. He punched above his weight. It came as no surprise when he got a contract at Sussex.
Good stuff. That's a nice little anecdote.
In comes O'Neill, bowls to Carter, who defends into the offside. There is no run. Martin says, quite remarkable what John Simpson has done since joining Sussex. I was trying to think of other players who have got better later in their careers. Maybe Michael Hussey and Graham Gooch, and then both Richard Hadley and James Anderson seem to defy age. David Steele, maybe, he says, question mark.
Chris Nash.
Chris Nash, there you go, yeah. In comes O'Neill bowls, Carter drives handsomely to mid-off, and there is no run. Thank you, Martin. Richard Hadley, what a player he was.
Yes. Yeah.
I was lucky enough, actually, a couple of years ago, there was no cricket on, but I actually went to the Hagley Oval in Christchurch just to look around the ground. There was no cricket going on, lovely cricket ground. And there's a pavilion there called the Richard Hadley, little pavilion on the side of the ground.
Well, I can tell you a link with that in just a second.
In comes O'Neill bowls, and Carter defends down the track there as well.
Well, I link with Richard Hadley. Those years of success for Notts. Richard Hadley and Clive Rice, the groundsman here at the time. Ron Alsop sadly died a couple of weeks ago. It's his funeral today. Ron Alsop was very much sort of semi-jokingly referred to as you know, sort of the third part of that bowling attack. Richard Hadley, Clive Rice and the groundsman Ron Alsop.
Goes a little bowls and clipped away by Ollie Carter. That's going to run away for 4. It's a better shot than I thought, actually. He's on the back foot. He forced that one away through backward point. Nice shot, Carter. He goes.
Trentbridge.co.uk. I saw I read yesterday Duncan Hamilton, who wrote that terrific biography on Harold Larwood, has put his memories of Ron Alsop up there, and some stories about Rice and Hadley. It's a nice little read. It only went on yesterday, so you haven't got to go too far back to find it. But yeah, Ron Alsop's funeral today, so our best wishes with all his family and friends.
O'Neill comes in bowls. That's a pacey delivery that beats Carter outside the off stump. Goes through to keeper Culverate, and there is no run. End of the over. 120 for 6. Carter on 36. Hudson Prentice yet to score.
Whatever else I've done today, I've earned my money and done you a favour by phonetically spelling.
Definitely, Verena. I'd have got
Verena on the desk here.
I would have made a Horlicks of that all day long, Dave. So I'm very grateful to you.
I did when he arrived, Verine.
Yeah.
So
well,
I think it was Kyle Verine the first time he.
Yeah. I said to you this morning, is it Kyle Verine? You said no, and you've written it. Dave writes out. Dave is very helpful. He writes out the team in green writing, in a green pen, and he's got all the numbers there and the pronunciations, which is excellent. So thank you.
120 for 6. The other one I phonetically put on there is Farhan Ahmed, who we haven't seen bowl yet. Hutton then looking for 5. Comes in from the broad end, turned away with relative ease and composure there by Hudson Prentice, and I did have to double check there that was only the first ball he'd faced. Seemed to have all the time in the world there just to play that, played it into the gap and skipped off down to the other end.
Played nicely last week against Surrey, made 41. Would usually come in a place higher than he is today, but everyone has sort of shuffled down to play. Sussex playing the extra batsman. Ollie Carter coming into the side. Looks a good pick at the moment.
Yeah. A little bit of watery sunshine over Trent Bridge at the moment. I saw Hutton bowls. Carter, tall man. It's a stride in. We were looking down on it. He is tallish for a keeper, isn't he? Carter.
Ollie Carter, not that tall. Yeah, he. So I think he's been a little unlucky. I think, without being unkind, I think Sussex needed to look for. Well, I'm not saying Ollie won't come as a very good keeper in years to come, but at the time it was the right decision. But he's a good bat.
Next ball sees him drive to mid on. Yeah, just looking at him on the live stream, that now seems like a foolish thing to say. I just had something in my mind that, from when I've seen him play before, I've sort of left with the impression it's quite tall for a keeper, but yeah, maybe not.
I tell you who kept beautifully for Surrey last week was Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
435 Sussex made on a pitch where the old one was around the ankles, and there was one by in the whole lot. It was.
So why was Smith not playing? Was that an ECB thing, or
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This one is worked away out to Farhan Ahmed, square of the wicket on the leg side. And Michael Pepper's quite a tall keeper, the Essex keeper.
Yeah. He's a good player, isn't he? I saw him. Not that we've played Essex for many years in the Championship, but he got a very good 100 at Hove last year in a T20 match and looked a very fine player.
Yeah. 122 for 6, Sussex. It was 75 for 4 at lunch, so Notts have had another good beginning to a session as they did this morning. Hutton got 5 last week at Edgbaston. He's got 4 here. Now this is turned on the leg side. Past Farhan Ahmed, who loses his cap as he chases after it. 2 more. 124 for 6. Big sporting weekend, of course. London Marathon, FA Cup semi-finals. The snooker continues at the Crucible. Got the Eubank and Ben fight. There's some league football to take care of as well, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Is it the final weekend? No, I think the final weekend is next weekend, isn't it, of the football season?
EFL.
Yes.
Yeah, because Liverpool can mop up the Premier League. This one's just dropped on the leg side. Good running between this pair. They realised the field was set fairly deep. Single take, 125 for 6. I think that's Rick's flag, but we've got the Nottinghamshire County flag on the base of the Fox Road stand there. Robin Hood proudly pulling his the bow back, or the string on the bow, in the middle of the flag. There we are on the live stream.
Yeah.
That surprised me. I thought producer Kirsty had nodded off, but she's got that one all right. Yeah, good work. In fact, it's not producer Kirsty. Producer Kirsty has gone elsewhere. It's producer Aaron this afternoon. She's gone off to Stoke City.
She has. They're playing Sheffield United tonight.
She's gone to provide the pictures for that one. Could be chaotic. It's on fire. Hope he gets his 5 foot. Thank you, Mandy.
Fergus O'Neill comes in from the Ratcliffe Road in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who steers that one between backward point and cover, races towards the boundary. Going to be a couple more for Hudson Prentice, who goes to 6, Sussex to 127 for 6. Simon Goodman has been in touch. Hello, Simon. You very kindly said come and say hello to me last week. It was good to see you. He says, I'm listening at home while doing quotes on the computer. Oh. Well, what sort of quotes? I had looked into coming to Notts this weekend. I'm a Derby lad, so a family in the area. Alas, work and other commitments have prevented it, but I reckon I'll go and see Sussex women for Yorkshire tomorrow at least. Yes, that game down at Hove. In comes O'Neill bowls, let go by Hudson Prentice outside the off stump. No, let go by Carter, I apologise, outside the off stump, no run. We really need Simpson to stick around for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. And thank you for the commentary. Yeah, that game down at Hove tomorrow, it's £10 for adults and a £5 for children, I think. So get down and support Sussex women.
With the latest BBC News for Leicester, I'm Alex Holtz.
And comes O'Neill bowls, let go outside the off stump by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. Now, we've had listeners all over the place today, Dave. We've now got one in Sweden. Watching from Trent Bridge, watching the stream from Trent Bridge in Harland in Sweden. And he's given me all the various names of where he is. He says, good luck with the pronunciation. I'm not going to embarrass myself. That's from Charlie Askew, who's a Norfolk Martlet. O'Neill in bowls, defended by Hudson Prentice down the offside of the track, and there is no run. The sun is with us. It's turning into a lovely day here, much more blue sky appearing. There was a suggestion there could be a bit of rain around tomorrow, but the ground staff this morning saying they don't think it's going to amount to very much. Perhaps a bit cloudy during most of tomorrow. Then Sunday onwards, beautiful. They're talking about 23 degrees for the London Marathon, which is not ideal. As in comes O'Neill bowls. Hudson Prentice solidly in behind that, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I might have to disappear, Dave, because I've got an update to do.
£127 for 6. Fergus O'Neill checks his forward press out onto the leg side. Into the over, 127 for 6. I think I've got BBC Radio Leicester's news at 2:30 in my ears at the moment. Producer Kirsty is still here, so she's listening, and says if Chris Nash is still there, can we please tell him that Kirsty doesn't miss his bad jokes one little bit. There you are, Chris Nash. 127 for 6. Shared news across the East Midlands on an afternoon. So it's going to be Hutton to continue. 42 overs have gone, so Sussex ticking along at just almost exactly 3 and over. As Hutton bowls now, and this was drifting down the leg side, I fancy. A bit of a strangled appeal.
Get as many points as we can, and yeah, I think points is obviously what we want.
2 wickets since lunch have gotten down on 85 and 116. Now 127 for 6.
Okay, well done, Alex. Just well done. With the latest BBC News for Leicester, I'm Alex Holtz.
Hot and bowls, and it's defended. And there's no run.
Open to the public following a revamp costing almost £17 million. The attraction was closed for refurbishment in 2017 and was meant to welcome back visitors in 2023, but the reopening was pushed back after the contractors went bust. It will now reopen on the 26th of... With the latest BBC
Short pitch ball.
Alex Holtz, Leicester's jury
It's through again to Verena.
reopened to the public following a revamp costing almost £17 million. The attraction was closed for refurbishment in 2017 and was meant to welcome back visitors in 2023, but the reopening was pushed back after the contractors went bust. It will now reopen on the 26th of July. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, has been holding talks with President Putin on how to end the war in Ukraine. Mr. Trump has claimed the two sides are close to reaching a
So far added just 11. Once more. Back. Just trying to get rid of BBC Leicester's news for some reason, which is still on our line.
Sometimes tricky, isn't it, when you get a variety of stations in the afternoon.
150,000 people have viewed Pope Francis's body, which is lying in an open coffin in St. Peter's Basilica. Tight security arrangements are in place ahead of
Hotton
tomorrow's
again.
funeral.
Bowles, nice looking
Shot.
drive. He'll get runs here for this one. Nice and straight. The fielder's in hot pursuit, led by the skipper. Can't get there. Another boundary for Ollie Carter, who's into the 40s now.
John Starbuck has been in touch in Huddersfield, Dave, and he says amongst all the important sports events this weekend, there's also the Women's Tour cycling competition. I don't watch it myself, but I'm aware of it because my family say so. So there we are. Thank you for getting in touch with that one, John. Nice shot that by Ollie Carter.
Leicester Tigers have named their side to face Harlequins at Welford Road tomorrow. Kyle Hatherall is the only
Hotton in again.
to make his first start in the Premiership since September.
Bowles, and this is defended. Would that be a tour of UK? Or it's not the Women's Tour de France, that wouldn't start yet, will
No,
it?
I don't think so, Dave. He says the Women's Tour cycling. I have to say it's not
No.
something I'm not particularly familiar with, but thank you for letting us know. I'm not sure whether that's a tour suggests it's more than sort of around a track in a velodrome. So 1:31 for 6. If you're just joining us for the first time today, very good afternoon. Welcome to Trent Bridge, where the sun is out. It's a lot less chilly than it was this morning. And Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, running in. Bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who clips nicely away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Over pitch by O'Neill, and Hudson-Prentice clips the ball away on the leg side. It's a relatively short boundary. And Hudson-Prentice goes into double figures. He's on 10, 135 for 6. The story of the day, Nottinghamshire winning the toss, asking Sussex to bat first. And it's really been all about the Nottinghamshire bowlers. 4 wickets for Brett Hutton, 2 for Josh Tongue. In comes O'Neill. Bowls. Hudson-Prentice has a dart at that outside the off stump. Goes through, taken by Carl Verena. There is no run. Why are you laughing?
You.
I do. I keep looking at that name. If you know, every time it goes to the keeper, I have a little look down to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Dave has written, as you weren't listening earlier, he's written it phonetically. Verena.
We think of Ollie Rayner, the Middlesex spinner. That's how I sort of remember it.
3 slips waiting. O'Neill in again. Bowls, and Hudson-Prentice plays a little uncertainly, but plays it nonetheless along the floor to backward point, and there is no run. Haynes for 0, Clark for 8, Hughes for 12, Allsop 5, Coles 37, Simpson 14, the man out for Sussex. Ollie Carter brought into the side. I'm not saying at the last moment, but I think Sussex just felt they needed that extra protection of another front-line batsman in the side this week, and he's certainly justifying his selection.
Looking a good pick at the moment.
He is. O'Neill in bowls. Oh, Hudson Prentice beaten outside the off stump. The ball whistles through into the gloves of Verena, and there is no run.
Elsewhere, scores, all these sides put in, by the way. Somerset 121 for 2 away at the Oval against Surrey. Worcestershire at home to Durham are 100 for 4 in Division 2. Derbyshire 111 for 1 against Middlesex. Gloucestershire 149 for 8 against Leicestershire.
O'Neill makes his way in again. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that to mid-on. They take a very quick single. It was a comfortable single. In the end, the throw came in from Josh Tongue, who was fielding at mid-on. It missed the stumps, but Hudson Prentice had scampered home to the non-striker's end. And there is one more to the total, 136 for 6. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, now there was an orthodox mid-wicket, but now that's changing to a deep mid-wicket. Ben Slater going out to the boundary, and a fine leg way down in the distance. As in comes O'Neill. Bowls always hit on the pad now. That looks like a... Well, what if you got a little... What if you got an inside edge on that? Because that looked a decent shout. But the ball ricochets away into the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 136 for 6. I was talking to someone at lunchtime. He felt that the Tom Clark dismissal was perhaps a little harsh. He was LBW to Brett Hutton, but on that occasion, Sussex getting the better of the decision. And what are you going to change a bowling up there? We are going to get a change of bowling. Oh, we're going to see Farhan Ahmed is coming into the attack.
Got 7 wickets in the innings. The first time he bowled for Notts last year, back end of last season against Surrey, bowled a lot of overs. Got his 10 for in the match. Younger brother of Rehan Ahmed, the Leicestershire leg spin bowler, who's played a number of times for England now. There's Farhan from the Stuart Broad end.
Did he begin his career at Leicestershire, Dave, or?
No, it's the other way round. Rehan came through the Notts Academy and then went to Leicestershire to get first team cricket. Farhan has stayed with Notts.
Okay, right. Thank you.
136 for 6.
He's opening the batting, isn't he, for Leicestershire?
Yeah, got a century last week, didn't he? There is Farhan. Bowls, first ball offers a little width, chopped away by Hudson Prentice. Chase for Josh Tong on. We lose sight of both ball and Josh Tong. Have a little look on the live stream pictures, and Tong drags it back just inside the rope, right in front of those stairs in the Radcliffe Road lower, where the players are now going up to their makeshift changing facilities. The old hospitality boxes being put to good use this year. So 3 runs from his first delivery. Here comes Farhan in again, and Ollie Carter with a good reach pushes it back to the bowler. Very deliberate setup, Adrian, you'll note. He goes back to his mark and then stands. Can't quite see because he's right behind the umpire, but he stands with his legs well apart to begin with, and then in he comes. Shortish approach as you'd expect. Bowls and punched into the offside. There's some protection out there on that short side, so just a single.
Yes, he just pauses, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just the 3 quicks being rotated by Hasib Hamid. They're going to need a breather at some point, so Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed will take a hefty chunk of the workload, you'd imagine, this afternoon. Here's Farhan again. That's driven out into the offside to Slater. Another single. 141 for 6, Sussex. Still quite some way away from attracting the attention of the bonus point. Loud noise as Carter pushes it back to the bowler.
Lovely cricket ground though, Dave. You know, with the sun out, it just looks, you know, wonderful.
Farhan bowls turned to leg, whip to leg, chance to fire the ball in there from Duckett, but they safely get home. Single, 142 for 6.
Yeah, he's looking increasingly confident here. Is Ollie Carter played very nicely for his 43. Spends his winters out in the last couple of winters out in Newcastle in New South Wales playing club cricket, and I don't know how he got on this winter, but certainly for the 2 winters previously we had a correspondent out there who was listening who, I think Ollie Carter was Player of the Year out there. I'm not totally aware what the standard is. He's obviously, you know, he's club cricket in Australia, so it's probably a very good standard.
Yeah.
But was very, very popular out there. So he seems to have come back in decent nick. In comes O'Neill, bowls to Carter, who just turns onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 44, total to 143 for 6. I'm going to cough, Dave, sorry.
It's certainly a good way to spend your life.
Well, and quite a few of the Sussex lads, young Bertie Foreman, who's a young off-spinner, not with the squad, he spends his winters over in Sydney playing in Manly, which sounds idyllic.
Yeah.
Finn Hudson-Prentice spent a bit of time in New Zealand. I think he was in Christchurch. So they do get around the world, these cricketers. As in comes O'Neill, bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Yes, I think more opportunities nowadays than there ever has been.
Oh, totally. I think Sean Hunt and Jack Carson, and I believe James Coles for a little while, were spending some of the winter in Adelaide. Tom Clark might have been there as well, so they do get an opportunity to. I think they have to come back in decent physical nick. I don't think it's all lounging around. O'Neill in bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. How do you read this pitch, Dave, for the benefit of our listeners, particularly down on the south coast who won't be familiar with Trent Bridge?
It looks a typical Trent Bridge surface. The green tinge, although you'll still be able to see just...
Plays slightly in the air down towards fine leg. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. He goes to 16, 144 for 6.
Traditionally, the first morning of a match is the most difficult for batting. New ball, the greenish conditions, and as we had this morning, a little bit of cloud cover always combined to make it a tricky time for top order batters. And before midday, Sussex were 4 down. We'll get better and better. You've got to make most of the most of the new ball here. O'Neill
in bowls, let go by Hudson-Prentice, and for probably the first time in the match, not taken cleanly by Calvary. Now, that being said, it just pitched literally in front of him. Never easy for the keeper, but there is no run.
Once the new ball has settled down, you get beyond 35, 40 overs, it generally becomes very hard work for the bowlers, and that will remain throughout the game. Wicket won't break up at all, won't turn excessively for either side.
O'Neill in bowls, driven nicely by Hudson-Prentice. Didn't time it quite as well as I initially thought. Fielded by Josh Tongue at mid-on. There is no run. Another over slips by. 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 37 for Fergus O'Neill. Sussex 144 for 6. We're exactly halfway, no, not exactly halfway through the day at all. We're nearly halfway through the day. 46 overs gone. Hudson-Prentice 16, Carter on 44. So would it be fair to say there's always a little bit in it for the bowler, Dave?
Yeah.
I like that, I know it's very difficult for groundsmen early season, particularly when it's been so dry, but you really don't want a pitch that's just goes so flat that nothing's happening at all.
No, as I say, once it's gone 35, 40 overs old, it does get a little trickier, but you've got to manufacture ways to get wickets. It's Farhan Ahmed. And that's a lovely shot of aggression from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's danced down the track, lifted it high over the bowler, down towards the pavilion end, and a couple of bounces over the ropes for 4.
He's obviously warmed up, Dave, because the cameraman, who this morning was muffled up in a hoodie with it pulled over his head, he's now there in a T-shirt and a cap. So he's obviously a lot warmer there.
Yeah, we've got...
I've still got my coat on.
I think we've got 4 camera gentlemen and ladies around the ground bringing you the pictures. Lovely shot. Here's Farhan Ahmed. Notsov. This is played back to the bowler. Notsov left mid-on deep, just in case he decides to launch it down the ground again.
Love it this slow. You know, a 17-year-old bowling spin in a championship match. Wonderful.
In once more. Clark at slip, waiting. Just push back to the bowler. Don't think he's going to get an awful lot of assistance from the surface, so it's going to be the tricks he's learnt earlier on, the spinner's old friends, a little bit of flight and guile. Just varying his pace, unerring accuracy. One just seemed to hurry on and keep a little low. Nicely kept out though by Hudson Prentice. Hamid comes in from a shortish mid-on to do the fielding. 148 for 6. 3 to come. Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals. Is that the order?
Yes, it will be, yeah.
Farhan bowls played to mid-wicket. Duckett is the fielder.
I think it's fair to say that Ollie Robinson hasn't been in the best form with the bat, so I would say that, you know, Jack Carson will be the last recognised. Well, I say not recognised, but, you know, Jack Carson can bat.
Yeah, I mean, during his England times, Robinson produced 1 or 2 very decent performances. Hudson Prentice drops it again out on the leg side to Duckett. Single taken, end of the over. 149 for 6, Sussex.
Because there was a bit of a twist element to it. So the idea is amateur pianists were invited to play the piano.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle, delighted to welcome you to the lovely ground that is Trent Bridge. If you'd like to join our conversation, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email, or you can tweet at Brace Cricket. Be lovely to have your company. We've got a double bowling change here. Yes, I think we have spin from both ends.
Yeah, we do.
Liam Patterson-White. So the seam is having a bit of a breather here. Liam Patterson-White just bowled a couple of overs before lunch. A late replacement today in replace of Darm. Bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball and defends down the offside of the track. Fielded by Patterson-White. There is no runner. Slip is the only close fielder. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment's time as Patterson-White in again. Bowls. Hudson-Prentice uses his feet, turns that into a full toss. Another very good bit of fielding by Hasib Hamid. He's a very good fielder there at mid-wicket. Prevents a single.
Throws himself about.
He does, he really does. Patterson-White again. In the bowls. Hudson-Prentice is struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside. There is no run. Culverayner nips from behind the stumps to field. And there is no run. A ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. Backward point, cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. That's the offside field. Patterson-White in bowls. Struck in front is Hudson-Prentice. Patterson-White is running back down the wicket, appealing. Looking at umpire Newell. Is it umpire Newell at this end?
Yeah, I think
it is. Yes, it is. But nothing doing. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. A fielder at cow corner, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg. Patterson-White with a big red smear down the side of his trousers is in bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives wristily to mid-on and takes a single. That's a well-judged signal because Josh Tongue, as I say, was probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary, so there was a comfortable single there. Brings up 150 for Sussex. Hudson-Prentice on 22.
Yeah, he's on at the wrong end for LBW appeals, isn't he?
Yes.
For the left-arm spinner, I mean, it's Ian Blackwell's the one at the other end.
And comes Patterson-White, bowls to Carter, who's forward, defends down the onside of the track. There is no runs. 150 for 6. These two have added 34 since John Simpson was caught by Ben Duckett's slip off the bowling of Brett Hutton. There we are, exactly halfway through the day. 48 overs gone. Hudson-Prentice and Carter have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Patterson White, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4.
Yeah, I'm not aware of Mark Newell's playing career. I mean, he hasn't played a deal of... Did he play for Sussex?
Yes, he did.
Yes, I was going to
Yes, he did.
Yes. I take all that back. Yes, he did. Ian Blackwell, of course, played for a number of counties. Slow left-arm spinner. In fact, he's a very capable batter as well. 150 for 6 to continue. Bowls dropped on the leg side by Hudson Prentice, and Duckett does the fielding. Spinners on at both ends. Who knows? Who knows? Will we get a 6 o'clock finish?
We might do.
150 for 6. So we're into the second half of the day now. 47 overs remain after this one's been completed. As the young spinner bowls, and that's driven down the ground by FHP. Got the 2 double-barrelled participants in direct opposition at the moment, or we will have when LPW, Liam Patterson-White, comes back into the attack. Next ball is defended. A number of times, Adrian, we've come up with hyphenated starting 11s. Daniel Bell Drummond, Nathan Coulter-Nile, for example.
Yes.
I think there's enough around the game to get an 11 in there. This is played back to Farhan Ahmed by the Sussex number 11, Ollie Carter.
Yeah, he was on the Sussex coaching staff. Well, on the Sussex staff, played with his brother Keith as well, who plays for Sussex.
Yeah. Ahmed round the wicket, turned to mid-wicket to Duckett, no run, 151 for 6. Lots with 2 changes to their starting 11. Freddie McCann omitted for Ben Duckett. And as you've been hearing, Lyndon James pulled out this morning with what's described as a viral infection, and Liam Patterson-White brought into not only into the squad but into the side. This ball is whipped away by Carter on the leg side, inching his way towards a half century. Moves to 45 with that run. 152 for 6, Sussex, who were put in this morning. Lost Tom Haynes' 3rd ball of the match, caught by Jack Haynes at 3rd slip from the bowling of Brett Hutton, who then had Tom Clark LBW for 8. Dan Hughes cut Brett Hutton to backward point. Patterson-White took a good low catch. 22 for 3 became 28 for 4 when Josh Tong got Allsop with a fiery Yorker right up in the block hole. Nearly knocked him off his feet. And then after lunch, which was taken at 75 for 4, Coles dismissed by Tong and Simpson dismissed by Hutton.
In comes Liam Patterson-White, left arm around the wicket, in and bowl to Ollie Carter, who's solidly forward, plays the ball down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Ollie Carter on 45. So 96 balls, no, 99 balls he's faced. Don't we worry a jot about that. Patterson-White in again, bowls, and Carter is forward, using his feet coming down the wicket, but not timing the ball, dribbles out into the offside. Retrieved by Carl Verraine, who then gives the ball to Ben Duckett, who's fielding there at short extra cover. And there is no run. Slip still the only close fielder. Patterson-White on his way again. Bowls, and Carter again defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Comes in off probably, I don't know, half a dozen or so paces does Patterson-White. He's in and bowls now, and Carter is back and plays through the offside, through the point position. The point is actually positioned at backward point, so it's a comfortable single. There's a sweeper though on that cover boundary, who's Jack Hayes, who comes trotting into field, and Ollie Carter goes to 46, 153 for 6. Brings Finn Hudson Prentice onto strike, who's pretty quickly on to 23 off 32 balls. And he waits. Patterson White is in bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays an identical shot to the one that Carter played off the previous delivery, and again it's Haynes who completes the fielding. One more to the total. It's giving his seam bowlers a bit of a breather here, Dave.
Yeah.
And very quick to change the bowling around as Hasib Hamid today. Patterson White in again. Bowls, and Carter is solidly forward. Plays it down the offside of the track. Tidy enough though from Patterson White. 4 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 6. Sussex 154 for 6. Carter on 46. Hudson Prentice on 24. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle enjoying a lovely afternoon at Trent Bridge.
Very much so, yeah. Another thing sprung to mind watching Finn Hudson Prentice. I think it was 2021 when we had those group games, zonal games. Not quite the Bob Willis Trophy, was it? And not quite the County Championship. We played. The season was set up a little differently. As Farhan Ahmed. What did we call them? Zones or something? In 2021, 2020 we had the Bob Willis Trophy,
yes.
And then the year after we didn't go back to the County Championship.
No, we didn't. They called it a.
We had groups or
a conference. Didn't
that was it. The conferences.
Yeah.
Come back to it in a second.
There's talk about that, isn't there, again?
Oh, there's always talk about some sort of changes for Farhan bowls, and it's defended. We had a little spell then of Luke Fletcher throwing the stumps down, running people out, and he ran Brett D'Oliveira out with a direct hit at New Road, Worcester, and ran off celebrating over towards the cathedral. Not a soul inside the ground, it was behind closed doors. Comes again and stumping. Verena whips the bails off. Might just have needed a moment just to steady himself there, Verena, before whipping the bail off, with Ollie Carter tossing his wicket away really in pursuit of the glory shot. Came charging down the track, was beaten by Farhan Ahmed. Always looks as if it's a quicker ball when the batter misses it, but I fancy it was a slightly quicker ball. Expected him to come charging, he did, and Verena whipped the bails off, and that's the end of Carter. Stumped for 46. That's a little bit of a meek and disappointing end for what's been a very good innings. Carter stumped Verena, bowled Ahmed for 46. It's 155 for 7 at the crease for nearly 2.5 hours. Faced 106 balls, 7 fours. Ollie Carter chanced his arm down the track at Farhan Ahmed, missed it and was stumped. But like I say, I think the keeper. See on the
no, I would agree with you, Dave. It was. It batted really well, Ollie Carter. He'd soaked up a lot of pressure, and certainly when he came to the crease, when Sussex were in all sorts of strife this morning on 28 for 4, he battled through with James Coles. I thought he batted extremely well, and I think he'll be a little disappointed. Interesting, in the previous delivery, Finn Hudson Prentice has adopted a very positive attitude against the spinners, and the previous delivery, Hudson Prentice played slightly in the air out to deep cover. And Ahmed wildly enough to, even at his tender years. And a good piece of work behind the timbers from Carl Verena, which brings out Jack Carson.
It does indeed, yeah. Just to finish that, and a week or two, I think, maybe even a game or two, maybe even the next game after Fletcher had run Brett D'Oliveira, he ran Finn Hudson Prentice out at the county ground in Derby with something similar, and then he did. Now, what's Michael Atherton's lad name? Is it Josh De Carey?
Yes.
And then he did De Carey's against Middlesex. He had a little spell where he couldn't stop throwing the stumps down, having never done it before.
Bit of a dead eye, yeah.
155 for 7. Into the 3 o'clock news. Here comes Farhan Ahmed. New man is Jack Carson.
On the cricket, Notts versus Sussex is well underway at Trent Bridge. You can get an update live. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Well, Nottinghamshire very much on top in this top of the table clash. Sussex now 155 for 7. The last man to go. It's a little bit of a waste of a wicket. Ollie Carter played nicely for his 46. He's just been tempted down the track to the spin of Ahmed and was stumped by Verena. Sussex 155 for 7.
Thanks, David. If you can hear more and get
There's
more
Ahmed
on the BBC
bowling to the
Sport
new arrival.
Smart speaker to play Notts versus Sussex day one.
Who defends it.
Some late sunshine this afternoon, highs of 16
Nice to
degrees.
hear on the weather. We're going to get some late sunshine this afternoon.
Rain tomorrow, highs of 17 Celsius. For an update at any time, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for Nottingham.
Field just come in a touch for Ali Carson.
Well bowled, young man. Nice piece of bowling, and he gets congratulations from his teammates. Nick Thorley's been in touch. He says, "Hi both, I'm thoroughly enjoying the cricket as I work from home just up the road in Sherwood. I'm hoping for some more Notts wickets soon and bracing myself as Stoke attempt to stave off relegation tonight." Yes, Stoke against Sheffield United tonight in the Championship. He goes on to say, "I've been very impressed with Dave's incredible patience throughout the day with all the tech problems and now with Radio Leicester blasting in his ears every 10 minutes. Is he going out of the commentary box to smash things up and have a swear every few minutes, or is he really as patient as he seems?"
No, he's as patient.
No, he's as patient as he seems. In comes Patterson White, bowls to Hudson Prentice.
I wouldn't mind if it was the Radio Nottingham news that was interfering with us, but the fact that it's Radio Leicester's means I don't know who to shout at or to get hold of or why it's happening.
Yeah. It is frustrating, but you've been very patient. So I agree. Comes Patterson, who batted very nicely and has done enough to put a bit of pressure on the Sussex top order. With what you need is plenty of people scoring runs, and that was as tough as it comes today from Ollie Carter. Patterson White in bowls. Hudson Prentice turns it onto the onside. No run.
We're being steered towards the scoreboard where it says last wicket, Adrian.
Last wicket. Oh, caught. Interesting. Okay, we presumed it was stumped. In comes Patterson White, bowls. Hudson Prentice hit on the pad. The ball bounced on the leg side. No run. Okay, well we presumed it was a stumping, but obviously we assume the scoreboard is correct.
It's one of those where you're out twice, isn't it?
Patterson White in bowls. Hudson Prentice steers this to backward point. There is no run.
I didn't look at the board ever and see stumping up there, but if it had been up there, maybe the umpires would have got on the walkie-talkie and said, "Look, this is what happened first," because that would have overridden it, wouldn't it, if he'd nicked it?
Patterson White in bowls to Hudson Prentice, steers it down the offside of the track. Nice tidy from Patterson White. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. I did see, as Ollie Carter walked up, I did look at the square leg umpire who didn't put his finger up, and I assumed he was so far out his crease he didn't feel the need to.
It said at the time it just didn't seem like the cleanest of stompings, did it?
No.
And now with reflection, maybe it's one of those, well, I'll just whip the bail off just in case the catch isn't given or whatever. But yeah, I'm if we've led you up the garden path, then apologies, but it does say on the board last wicket to go down. Carter caught Verena, bowled Ahmed 46, so we're frantically doing some crossings out, which my bit of paper doesn't really matter, but in Adrian's pristine notebook it's very noticeable. There's Ahmed bowling to Carson, who's off the mark, just angling it away behind 45, and O'Neill fetches it for a single.
So a lot of cricket to be played still today. Another 43 overs after this.
You say, well, what does Sussex want? What do they need? Well, the answer is always as many as they can get, and that literally is it from here. They want as many as they can get. They'll want a partnership. They'll want these last 3 wickets to keep Notts out there. Isfahan Ahmed bowling to FHP, pushes it to mid-wicket. Ben Duckett.
Mind you, all the time, Ahmed's bowling. These two are bowling very tidily.
56 for 7. I'll come back to it. I'm not ignoring you. Next ball is pushed into the offside. No run. You know how the game is heavily analytically driven. I'm sure they've got input from the club analysts on the best way to go about keeping Finn Hodson Prentice and Jack Carson and Dolly Robinson and Jaden Seals quiet. Next ball is dropped on the leg side. They'll also have the medical input on how many overs you need to bowl to or how much they can use Josh Tong and Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton this afternoon. It all seems to be data driven, the game at the moment. But captain's hunches right now, unless they're getting flayed around the park, I think he'll be happy for the time being. Fahan's just got a wicket, comes in again and bowls, and this is again hit down the ground, but just for a single. 158 for 7. Nothing's spoiling at the moment, is it, with these two? And if they go another 5 or 6 overs and they haven't taken a wicket, then there might be a change. Or if suddenly the runs come very, very quickly, there might be a change. But I don't think anything's spoiling by leaving them on for a little while. Just saving the legs of the 3 quicks is Fahan. Now to FHP, who punches it down the ground. Good work actually by the scoreboard operators as a single's taken last ball of the over, because they have got Hudson - Prentice up there. Very often you get P White for Liam Patterson-White or whatever it may be, but can just about fit Finn Hudson-Prentice on the scoreboard. 159 for 7.
I think we are going to get the seamers back in. I think this is Fergus O'Neill's coming back into the attack.
You see, you're all over it. No, you're not. No, he's just he's just taken the cap of Liam Patterson.
Oh, that fooled us, didn't it?
Yeah.
That did fool us. A couple of people. Dominic, who has been listening over in Budapest, says the indication was that the main umpire gave him out.
Yeah.
Sam Keir says standing umpire raised his finger on the stream. I think Ollie was actually back.
Yeah.
Here comes Patterson-White bowls to Hudson Prentice, steers onto the onside, picks up a single.
Yeah, Nigel King's making the same point. Must have been same point. Must have been caught. Dave Carter appeared to have his back grounded before the bails had been broken. Yeah.
It says that as well. Thank you, Peter. And Les Woodburn says, just break off for a minute. He says at the bowler's end, the umpire at his bowler's end put his finger up for a catch. Nice to see the sun out. Up here in Yorkshire, it's rather cold and chilly, about 12 degrees. Patterson-White bowls, Carson drives down the ground to mid-on, no run.
So you can be at the ground looking out the window watching the cricket. Yeah,
You get it wrong.
All our wonderful correspondents.
Yeah,
just letting us know what's going on. Not for the first time. Thank you, folks.
Visit the Specsavers. In comes Patterson-White bowls to Carson, who steers that away on the onside and picks up a single. He goes 2-3. The total 161 for 1. Les says rather a bad toss to lose, seeing the ball movement, but hey ho. Maybe it will be similar tomorrow. Well, Sussex will certainly be hoping that Ollie Robinson and Jayden Seales can do something similar to which Brett Hutton and Josh Tongue did this morning. Patterson-White in again. Bowls Hudson Prentice down the wicket, driving. Oh, that was risky. He's picked up a single, but it wasn't that far short of Josh Tongue, who was down at mid-on. And if Hudson Prentice rehearses the shot, I'm not entirely sure he went through with the shot, but he's picked up a single. Goes to 29, 162 for 7. Patterson-White around the wicket bowls, and Jack Carson steers that one away through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. So
Steve Crawley's saying about Liam Patterson-White, you call him LPW, Dave, but I understand his nickname is Barrel, but I've got no idea why. It's just one of the funniest. Well, think about it, it's not hyphenated, it's double-barreled, and that's why they call him Barrel.
Patterson-White, and again clipped away by Hudson Prentice. Good tumbling save by Brett Hutton at backward square leg. It is the end of the over. Sussex 163 for 7. Carson on 4, Hudson Prentice on 29. Patterson-White 6 overs, 2 maidens, and no wicket for 10. Very tidy.
It's about 11 overs between them, the two spinners.
It's doing wonders for the over rate, Dave.
Yeah.
Worcestershire 117 for 6 down at New Road. They've had a tough start to the season, haven't they? They got that good draw against Somerset in the first match.
Well, those are the two counties that have started this round of matches at the foot of the table. Things could start to look a little serious if there's a loser in that game. Worcestershire and Durham. Of course, Durham have been bringing players in place. Notts player with Lancashire, he's also gone there on loan as Fahan Ahmed starts a new over, turned by Carson to O'Neill on the leg side, no run. 163 for 7. See Fahan coming in clearly now from our commentary position as he's coming round the wicket. This is blocked. Don't know if you've seen big George Scrimshaw play. Adrian played for Derbyshire, now with Northants. Different fella. He's about 6'7" or something, but he always starts with his legs wide apart like that, doesn't he? And then comes in and bowls, and it's defended out to Hamid.
Did he play a 50 over game? Was that here? Or was it?
Yeah, he's played 1 or 2 games for England.
Yes.
Yeah. Carson has 4. Tapping his bat lightly, and then stands with bat aloft and brings it down just in time to defend his wicket. Runs out behind square on the offside to Josh Tong this time.
I think you'd have been plumb in front if you hadn't got something on that.
Seemed to have been. Farhan Ahmed wearing number 7. Funnily enough, he had number 97 last year. Varena's got that number now. Number he wears in Test cricket for South Africa. Next ball is defended out to Asib Hamid. 163 for 7. Lunch score was 75 for 4. So runs have come quite pleasingly for Sussex since the resumption, but Coles 37 and Carter 46. They will feel they've got sufficient starts to go on and make a big score without doing so. This is a drop and run out to Duckett, who shies at the stumps. They've got home. I wonder if it's got him on the elbow. No, it can't have got him on the elbow. It's gone down at this end. Hudson Prentice holding his right elbow.
What if it bounced up and hit him? He's in quite a bit of discomfort there, you know.
Verena took the ball and whipped the bail off. But whether he slipped over or something, making his ground, whether he dived, but he's holding his right elbow. But yeah, I'm sure Verena took the ball, whipped the bail off. Either way, it was a risky run. It's about one of the few things I haven't seen yet this season, Adrian, a run out. That's either 4 knots or against knots. Not seen a run out yet, and seems like Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to be okay.
Well, Sussex will be hoping so, because their bowling resources are being stretched to the limit at the moment, with Sean Hunt injured, Henry Crocombe, Danny Lamb. The last thing he's holding that right arm is Finn Hudson-Prentice, which is his bowling arm, and it really would be the last thing, because Finn would be first change in this Sussex lineup after Seals and Robinson. I think it's his hand. Is it he's got his glove off? We're carrying on.
Yeah, normally they wave on the trainer, the physio, the medical staff, don't they, with a bit of magic spray or something?
They do. Patterson White in bowls. Jack Carson's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Patterson White, who looks rueful as the decision isn't given. Scratches his head.
That's the word. Or one of the words.
By the way, Jack Carson survives. Carson on 5. Sussex 164 for 7.
Spinners don't like getting out to fellow spinners, do they?
They don't. Patterson White again in the bowls. Carson solidly forward, plays down the track. Patterson White fields. There is no run. Impressive over 8 here by Notts. What are we, 3:15? We've got another sort of 8 overs to go until tea.
Yeah,
I think a couple of spinners helps. Patterson White in again. Bowls. Jack Carson works that one into the offside. Ben Duckett is very quickly in from short extra to field. Again, there is no run.
Probably be a few minutes past 20 to 4 before we go to tea, but certainly the 2 spinners bowling in tandem here, rattling through the overs.
They are. Patterson White in bowl. Give that plenty of air, driven by Carson. Again, it's Ben Duckett who's in the action there at short extra cover fields. And again, there is no run.
Jaden Seals, for those Notts fans who haven't seen much of him,
I've been really impressed with Jayden. He's been a good acquisition for Sussex. Last couple of seasons, Patterson White bowls to Carson, defends onto the onside no run. As with most cricketers, Dave, lovely man.
Yeah.
When it all comes together, he's quick. I thought he bowled well for the West Indies in the tour last year against England. Patterson White in the bowls. Carson defends down the onside. Good over from Patterson White. Maiden over, keeping things nice and tight. 7 overs, 3 maidens. I think that's going to click over to. Oh no, 7 overs. Still shows us 2 maidens. No wicket for 10. 164 for 7. Carson on 5. Patterson White on 29. Sussex hoped they'd have him for half the season, but that's the only thing, isn't it, with international players? You can get called away and all of a sudden your plans are... So Nathan McAndrew is coming over from Australia a little earlier than he was originally intending to be, so he will pick up those 2 matches that Jayden no longer can't play.
164 for 7. Be Farhan Ahmed to continue. Yet to bowl a maiden, but it does have one in the end column, the important column. It's in again and bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends. Time of day, Adrian, where it becomes very evident that there's one side of the ground in shade, one side of the ground in bright sunshine. Gets a little chilly away to our right. They often call that the fridge, because you don't get any of the warmth of the day over in that Smith Cooper stand to our right. Just dropped to mid-wicket to duck it, no run. Whereas away to our left, they're pretty much in the direct glare of the sun. Ahmed again taking his time, that very deliberate, repetitive set-up bowls, hurries the ball through. Hudson Prentice back into his crease, blocks it out as far as Ben Duckett once again. Duckett working hard on the ball. Lots have got Liam Patterson-White back in the side. He's the self-appointed designated ball polisher whenever he plays. You can already see his flannels are scarlet red. Next ball's pushed out again to Ben Duckett. 164 for 7. It's Ollie Robinson and Jayden Seales to come so far this season. This one's hammered back to, they're not skipper, no run. Final ball of the 57th over. A very calm, still afternoon. Bowls now, and this is turned again to Duckett, I think, for the 4th time in the over. End of the over, 164 for 7. See a couple of flags. The Nottinghamshire flag above the Hound Road stand is hanging very limply. The red one is the club sponsors. Has just got a little bit of life in it. Flagpoles at the pavilion end or above the pavilion, out of commission, as is everything at that end of the ground at the moment. So can't see a spare flagpole for the Sussex one had it been brought.
Yes, I mean normally they do. So are they flying them somewhere else with the?
No, I would think they've perhaps said no need to bring your flag because we haven't got a spare flagpole.
Yeah, normally Graham Owen, the scorer, brings along the flag. In goes Patterson White round the wicket, bowls and clipped by Hudson Prentice to mid-on. They take the signal, well judged signal actually. Josh Tongue gets in the throw. Hudson Prentice was a little slow out the blocks, but there was always a single there. And Carson goes to 6, 165 for 7. The cameraman's now put his jacket on again, so that the sun's in and out here. But he's standing away to our right-hand side. Patterson White in, bowls. Hudson Prentice 4. Bat and pad close together. Plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run.
It can hear you, he's listening to you.
Is he? They've slightly got the strangle on here, haven't they? Not. I mean,
Yeah.
Sussex are just looking to pick up ones and twos as much as they can as Patterson White bowls and Hudson Prentice very solidly forward. I just noticed then when he played that shot, Finn Hudson Prentice, he then looked towards that leg side field as if to make sure he exactly knows there is a fielder on the fence at Cow Corner and Josh Tongue about 7 or 8 yards in at long on. In comes Patterson White. There he goes, down the wicket driving, but drives it straight to mid-off fielding. Oh, that was a terrific bit of fielding. He's a very enthusiastic cricketer, isn't he, Fergus O'Neill? It was played to mid-off. It was a brilliant piece of fielding. He got to the ball very quickly, put the ball in, and then he hit the straight in, just very competitive. Brilliant piece of fielding, though. But I think Hudson Prentice would have been gone, if that had hit.
Got rid of it quickly.
He did. Very good indeed. Patterson White in bowls and played to mid-wicket, fielded in there by Hamid. There is no run. Just the one slip. A ring of 3 saving one on the offside, and now 3 on the leg side because Josh Tongue has come up saving one at that mid-on position. Patterson White bowls. Carlson is forward, plays to mid-wicket. He'll be fielded by Hamid. There is no run. End of the over. 166 for 7. Hudson Prentice on 30. Carson is on 6. Patterson White, very tidy figures. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. Doing just what his skipper wants him to do, I guess, whilst his quicker bowlers have a breather. And it looks to me as if we're going to have Josh Tongue having a bit of a blast from the Stuart Broad end before tea.
Looks like it, doesn't it? 11 this pair have put on from 45 deliveries. But it is going to be Josh Tongue who's got 2 of the 7 wickets to fall today to replace Farhan Ahmed. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19 for Young Wiz. The young wizard they call him. Young Wiz. 2 for 41, Josh Tongue's figures. Dismissed Tom Alsop with a speared in very quick Yorker that trapped Alsop in front, and then he hit James Coles in the stomach, in the lower abdomen area, hurt him. Next ball again slightly short, and Coles didn't appear to fancy being struck again, so tried a pull shot and just looped the ball up gently to Hamid at mid-on. 166 for 7. Here comes Tongue. Bowls now, edged, caught, good catch. Good catch, Joe Clark. Number 33 has been caught by number 33. Finn Hudson Prentice flashes at the pacey Tongue, and that's a really good diving catch by Joe Clark at slip. And Sussex lose their 8th, 166 for 8. Finn Hudson Prentice caught Clark, bowled by Tongue for 30. Hit 2 fours. Was at the crease for just over an hour, faced 57 balls, 166 for 8.
I think he'd be disappointed, Finn, with the shot. They changed the bowling around, and it was. I guess it's one of those. That's a really good catch watching the replay. But it's one of those, isn't it? I guess if it goes flying through the covers, you say super shot. But I just wonder whether, in retrospect, Finn might have thought, I'll just have a little look at this for an over or two, because they're honing in on T, a chance to reassess. But now we have got the lower order. I don't know. I mean, it might be on current form that Jaden Seals comes in next. No, it is Ollie Robinson, who I don't think is going to enjoy much, facing Josh Tongue, who's been steaming in. We shall see.
We've got to give Asib Hamid a bit of an assist there, or the captain's hunch, call it what you like. Took the spinner off, brought the paceman back. And first ball, as Adrian said, there was width there, but there was also a pacey delivery, and in the end it just proved to be too quick for Finn Hudson Prentice. He could have left it alone. It was wide enough to leave alone, but he had a flash at it, thinking there was an invitation to 4 easy runs, nicked it, and Joe Clark made a very good catch, maybe at the second attempt, diving away there before he'd got it properly in his grasp. 166 for 8.
Yeah. Which brings Ollie Robinson to the crease. Yeah. I guess these two would have played Test cricket together.
Here's Tong then to bowl to Robinson. Oh, hello.
Yes, he played that well, actually, Ollie. Right, that was right past the end of his nose, wasn't it? That was.
Wow.
Yeah, he did play that well. He
Maybe he thinks that they're in competition for one place, and
yes,
he doesn't want Ollie Robinson to have his place. That was
sharp, wasn't it?
It was a welcome to the crease delivery.
Yes.
Nearly took his nose off. What will the next one be? Will it be the block hole? Tong bowls and nicely played by Ollie Robinson down to O'Neill at third man. They get a single. Been Nottinghamshire's day, you have to say. They'll be hoping that they can get through the new ball burst from Robinson and Seals and have enough wickets left, and these couple of wickets in the next 45 minutes or so either side of tee. This one goes through to Verena, another quickish delivery. This is a tricky little period to bat at the moment, with Farhan Ahmed having sent down 7 overs of spin from that end, and then suddenly everything cranked up a notch or two in terms of pace.
That was sharp, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I've seen Josh Tongue bowl at New Road at Worcester.
I wasn't aware he'd got all the tools that he presently has got. I know he's been working very hard with the ECB's quick bowlers, and of course with the Nottinghamshire bowling coach Kevin Shine. He's in again, and this has pushed. Oh, it's a no ball actually. So 2 to the total, 169 for 8. But I was very impressed with the way he overcame early struggles in the opening match of the season against Durham, because his first innings performance was a little bit rusty, understandably. Been out of the game for over a year. He's in again and bowls, edged and caught. He's got another one, and this time it's Duckett, and Carson goes for 6, and now Josh Tong's got 4. Very, very impressive this from Josh Tong. Again, Carson went really hard at it though, flew off the outside edge, and Duckett at second slip hung on, and it's 169 for 9. And the first goal of any bowling side is to make sure you get maximum bowling points, and Notts have done that. They've got Sussex 9 down, so they've got their 3 bowling points. Been top-notch performance, with Houghton and Tong each taking 4 wickets. Farhan Ahmed the other one, and Jaden Seals will be the last man to come to the wicket. Still no sign of Jaden Seals. Just having a bit of a catch-up. Here comes the West Indian international. And from Trinidad, Jaden Seals. So Ollie Robinson has 1. Seals a left-hander. Played 18 test matches now for the West Indies, facing Josh Tong, who's played 2 for England down the leg side, and he's got a wicket. Verena with a leg side catch. Seals can't believe it. He stands there looking, but Ian Blackwell's finger has gone up, and it's 2 in 2 for Josh Tong to end the innings and finish with 5 for 44. And Sussex have been bowled out for 169. Good catch from Verena. Seals has clearly a little unhappy with that one. Feels he didn't get anything on it, I'm sure. But he has to go. It's been given out, and it's 169 all out, and tea will be taken at Trent Bridge with the home side. Absolutely cock-a-hoop. They've been bowled out in 59 overs exactly. Sussex, Ollie Robinson finished 1 not out, and both him and Jaden Seals will be hoping that they can do something similar after tea. But as Adrian slots back in alongside me, I hope he's been watching the cricket, otherwise it's going to come as a huge shock. I think there were 7 down when he walked out the door, Adrian.
Well, that all finished rather quickly, didn't it? Yeah, what were they? 166 for 7, all out for 169. Well, what an inspired bowling change that was.
Yeah, and first 3 wickets of the day for Brett Hutton, and it's Josh Tong who finishes with a 5 for extraordinary stuff. That's well, a good toss to win, as we've said. Jaden Seals, I don't think he feels he hit that ball. He, there was no obvious signs of descent towards the umpire, but he looked, even from here, can't see his face, got the helmet on, and we're 70 yards, 80 yards away from him, but he seemed to look a golden gas, the finger going up.
What I would say, Dave, is we probably won't lose any overs now,
No.
because the tea interval will be taken. So, I mean, I think to put that innings in some Sussex point of view, coming up here, I said in my previews, I felt tested that Sussex had so far had this season, certainly the strongest bowling attack that they faced. And certainly that's proven to be the case. I think 1 or 2 will be disappointed with their shots, the way that they got out. It was good to see James Coles and Ollie Carter both, getting in, but then perhaps both getting themselves out. I thought they both played very well before that happened. The top order will be disappointed, but high-class bowling. And we'll just have to see what this pitch is like. Sussex now really relying on Seals and Robertson to get stuck into this Nottinghamshire top order to keep Sussex in this game.
Could be fun with Ben Duckett opening the batting for Notts, but that'll all be in 20 minutes' time. We'll go and grab a cuppa. Hope you can do the same, and when the players return, so will the commentary. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. This game has moved on a little bit. If you've taken your eye off it, you've had to pop to the shops, or you've been following the snooker for half an hour or whatever, because we're about to begin the post-tea session. But this will begin with Notts now batting in their first innings. That's because Sussex have been bowled out for 169. The last 3 wickets all going down in the same Josh Tong over. Tong finishing with 5 for 44. Terrific stuff from him. Brett Hutton as well. 4 for 53. It looked very much the start of the day as if it was going to be Brett Hutton versus Sussex, but Josh Tong, as he did against Durham, ultimately ending up with the individual glory. And in terms of start of the season here, Notts have now had 5 different, I beg your pardon, they've had 5 wicket hauls, 2 from Fergus O'Neill, now 2 from Josh Tong and Brett Hutton last week at Edgbaston, so that's pretty good. This is the 4th game, so 3.5 games, and we've had 5 different 5 wicket hauls. We're going to get underway again. Hamid is out there. It looks like
it is Ollie Robinson.
I was just checking it was Duckett at the Robinson.
Let's let go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run, but the scoreboard says it's Duckett, but
that's Ben Slater.
That's
why that's why I went. I'd looked at the scoreboard and whatever, talking to you and just getting all my little ducks in a line, and then I looked up and thought, that's not Ben Duckett. It's not.
Well, he might open the batting for England, but not for Notts.
It's a left-handed Ben, but it's not Duckett.
4 slips go down. And Robinson on his way in from the Stuart Broad end, bowls to Hamid outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So Tom Alsop first, Tom Clark second, James Coles third, Tom Haynes in at 4th slip, Hudson Prentice at backward point, Daniel Hughes at mid-off, looks like Jack Carson at mid-on, Ollie Carter under the helmet at short leg, Jaden Sills at fine leg.
Lovely to see names and numbers again, having done it Warwickshire at Edgbaston, as you have.
That was absolutely hopeless, Dave. I had no idea.
Back to the old days of cricket commentating.
Robinson in bowls. Again, Hamid doesn't have to play it that once. Not quite got his line right there. Hamid lets it go through to Simpson. Run bowling. Good pace though, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, just shows how lazy we've got there, doesn't it? You forget you've got to actually look and see who the players are and get their individual little mannerisms and foibles and work out who they are.
A little bit of cloud cover now.
Yeah, Robinson won't mind this, will he?
No, I don't think he will. Really important session this in the game, having bowled out for 169. Sussex will want to make inroads with this new ball as Robinson is in and bowls, and he drives handsomely, gets 4 runs. Doesn't time it quite as well as I thought. Over pitch from Ollie Robinson, he drove the ball away and picks up a boundary through point. Finn Hudson Prentice has to run to retrieve the ball.
1 or 2 people understandably with their tails up at that Nottinghamshire performance. Cam, this bowling attack and fielding from Notts has been brilliant to watch, enjoying the comms. Thank you very much, Cam. Let's hope the batting is as good as the bowling. Top job, lads, says Bob the Coventry Magpie.
Robinson in again bowls. Hamid nudges this down to fine leg, picks up a single, 5 without loss.
Destination Europe says great start to the game. Now over to the batters, now to rack up the runs.
Well, certainly, Dave, you were saying about the amount of bowlers who have picked up 5 wicket hauls. I mean, that's really encouraging, isn't it, for Nottinghamshire, when you think, of sharing around the wickets, sharing the burden.
Yeah, got to get, Dylan Pennington, Conor McCurr fit and ready to go. Lose O'Neill after the county. Yeah.
Well, I thought Josh Tong was really impressive. I thought he was very quick, talking to a couple of guys down in the press box, getting a cup of tea at the interval. Robinson bin bowls to Slater down the leg side, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the opening over from Ollie Robinson. It will be Jaden Seals who will take the new ball from the Ratcliffe Road end. And very important here for Sussex that they can pick up a couple of early wickets with this new ball and not let Notts get away.
There's Jaden Seals. Seems to have got an awful lot of say sticking plaster on his...
He's just been put out a drink, actually.
No, it
Jake.
wasn't sticking plaster. He's got a wristband on, and then he just... don't know. It was slightly misleading the way he was... the way he looked. It looked as if he'd got sticking plaster on there. No, it's just the wristband that is pulled down. Holding a few practice deliveries. Attacking field.
Yes, there is. 4 slips in place, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Jayden Seales, the tall West Indian, over the wicket, in and bowls on a good length, and forward comes Hamid and plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Decent start for Hasib Hamid, 27 and 39 not out in the first game, so he emerged from that with 66 runs and once out. Second game against Essex, where he got a duck in the first innings, but then 92, and then last week against Warwickshire, 138 not out. He was on the field for every minute of the 2 days play that we did have.
Hamid waits, Seales in, bowls, all good delivery. That's a cracking delivery. Hamid sort of looks at the pitch, good pace from Jayden Seales, through into the gloves of Simpson, and there is no run. Yes, actually, when you seem to be sort of right on the edge of the rain up in Birmingham last week, because down other parts of the country, we did have some rain and bad light down at Hove.
I don't know about it being on the edge. It seemed like we were right underneath it.
Oh, was it really hosing down?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Well, it was just persistent. There was just no end to it. Alistair says, Dave, why is Duckett not opening? Don't know. I don't know, Alistair. I don't know. I was led to believe,
Seales in, bowls. Hamid is forward to ball, a good length, just plays it into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice at backward point, but not before Hamid goes through for his 6th run, not 6 without loss in the second over.
I'm just going on what happened last season. Came back.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe knowing that Duckett won't be available every week, perhaps they want to keep the regular opening partnership together.
I don't know. Took a couple of catches, didn't he? Let's hope there's not any sort of finger damage or anything. A couple of catches late on.
In comes Seales in bright sunshine now. Bowls to Slater, lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson in front of first slip, and there is no run.
Maybe they just said to Slater and Hamid, you go out there and just blunt the attack.
Well, the not
soften them up for me.
Yeah, I mean, the knocked-out cricket was excellent, wasn't it? You know, they bowled very well, but more importantly, Dave, I thought they caught extremely well. I mean, some of those catches were top class. There wasn't a chance that went down. They snaffled everything that came their way, did the Notts fielders.
8 catches and 2 LBWs.
Seales in, bowls, let go by Slater outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Again, there is no run.
And of those 8 catches, 7 of them behind the wicket, either the keeper or one of the slips. The only one that wasn't was backward point. Similarly, a slash that saw the end of Daniel Hughes, failed to control it, just played too uppishly to backward point.
I was pleased to see, Dave, that the lads in the press box as well downstairs were confused by the
stumping.
The stumping, yeah. They thought it was a stumping until they took a second look. Seales in, bowls, Slater defends, and then obligingly was going to pick the ball up, and then John Simpson said, no, don't worry, we'll pick it up for you. End of Jayden Seales over. Just the 1 run coming from it. So 2 overs gone, and Nottinghamshire are 6 for that loss. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Nottingham, Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle. Sussex bowled out for 169, having been asked to bat this morning by Nottinghamshire in 59 overs. The only partnership of any real note, James Coles and Ollie Carter, who put on 57 for the 5th wicket. Coles making 37, Carter 46, and Hudson Prentice 30, really the main contributors.
So this is going to be a longish session, 37 overs. We've had 2 of them already as Hamid reaches forward and defends. Just about bang on 4 o'clock now, so still on target for a reasonably prompt finish this evening. As it sits at the moment, here's Ollie Robinson.
After a woman was attacked with a glass as she got into a taxi in Nottingham.
From the Stuart Broad end. And he comes, and Hamid looks to drive through the offside, but drags it back towards the bowler. There's an update for Radio Nottingham. Yeah, we just started after tea, and Notts are now batting. Terrific job from the Notts bowlers, bowling Sussex out for 169 in 2 sessions. Star of the show, Josh Tong, 5 for 44. Got the last 3 wickets in the space of 6 deliveries. 4 wickets for Brett Hutton. Notts have just started their 6 without loss. Next ball from Robinson, wide of the pegs, goes through to John Simpson. Simpson, one of the key moments, I fancy, of that afternoon session when he fell. It's Brett Hutton's 4th wicket of the innings. Slip catch by Ben Duckett. It's a 6th wicket to go down. Farhan Ahmed got Ollie Carter the 7th, and then the last 3 all in the same. Josh Tong over again down the leg side. Good glove work, good footwork as well by John Simpson to get across there.
Quite got his line right here, is he, Ollie Robinson?
6 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Like last week at Edgbaston, they've won a good toss and wasted little time in dismantling the opposition's first innings. Built a first innings lead of over 200 at Edgbaston. Next ball is steered to backward point, and there's no run. Sussex will be desperate to make inroads in this session. No real reason to think that they shouldn't be able to. Just got to apply pressure, as they are doing from word go. Winkle out 1 or 2 wickets, and a big responsibility on the support bowlers, as there always is if the new ball bowlers impress early on and get a wicket or 2. Can't release the pressure. Here's Robinson bowls, and again Hamid gets solidly behind it. End of a good over from Ollie Robinson and Maiden. He's 2 overs, none for 5. Got all 6 runs has Asib Hamid, and it'll be Ben Slater back in the firing line. Jaden.
Listening to that weather forecast on the, it sounds like there might be a bit of cloud around tomorrow, but the forecast saw earlier on in the week suggested it may be quite wet here on Saturday, but that seems to have changed, which is good news. So, and thereafter looks like we're going to have good weather for the rest of the match. So
yeah, we'll be all right.
That's good stuff. Jaden Seals is going to come in from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground, bowling to the left-handed Slater. He's in and bowls, and Slater defends. Good delivery by Seals, and Slater gets right in behind it, plays it down the track. There is no run.
I think there's more clubs that are starting their league programmes tomorrow. I know the Notts Premier League started last weekend. I think the South Notts League, Bassett Law, for a lot of clubs, starts tomorrow. The competitive cricket. Give us a shout if you're starting tomorrow. I want to give your team a bit of support. Want us to give you a mention.
Seals in again, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Slater. There is no run. I'd imagine there'll be a mass exodus down the M1, won't there? On and if people haven't got tickets, I'd imagine the pubs and the bars are going to be pretty busy. Would they have sort of hospitality open at the City Ground? I mean, would there be people over there watching the game?
I don't know what the plan is here in Nottingham. I really don't. But
it's not everyone. I'm not quite sure how many tickets you get for semi-finals. I mean, it's more than you get for the final. That's 35,000, something
yeah,
like maybe.
I think you're just about bang on there. The figures I sort of vaguely remember reading.
Seals in again, bowls. Oh, nicely played by Slater. Ball of good length, punches it to Robinson at mid-off, and there is no run. I did hear on the radio that Manchester City hadn't sold all their tickets, so.
Crikey.
But there we go. A lot of folk from Nottingham making their way down there for the weekend.
There were some people on Radio Nottingham this morning who were running the London Marathon first.
I wondered about that. They go to the game.
And then go into the game. They've got a 10:30 start time, they were saying in there. Their wave to set off from the London Marathon.
Seals in. Bowls, that's a good delivery. Beats Slater outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. He's really bending his back here, is Jaden Seals.
very much hoping to get round and get done and be able to get to Wembley. I think, is it 4:30 kickoff, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. So if
I think it's 5:30 tomorrow and 4:30 Sunday.
You want to get round in sort of 5 hours, wouldn't you?
It's an incentive, I guess, isn't
Yeah.
it, if you're into the football?
Yeah.
Well, come on, we'll miss the football. Oh yeah, better run. Better run.
Running up Wembley Way.
Yeah, set a personal best. Yeah.
Seals on his way, bowls and straight
word.
back, and he absolutely thrashed it. Didn't time it quite as well as I thought, but he's still picked up 4 runs, timed away through the offside. You probably heard the sound of the leather on willow clubbed away through the covers. 4 runs to Slater, and Knott's off to a good start, 10 without loss.
Steve Battlemuch has been in touch. 36,000 Forest fans, sold out allocation. And maybe they've got some in the City End as well, he says.
Yeah.
And it'll be on in the Trent Navigation, which is sort of between the two football grounds.
Is that a pub?
Yeah,
Right.
but they've got a big outdoor area with a giant screen.
Right, okay.
So a lot of people will go there, I would imagine.
Seals around the wicket, bowls. Slater lets that one go through to Simpson. No run. End of the over. 10 without loss are Nottinghamshire. Hamid on 6. Slater is on 4.
I mean, of course, they're both semi-finals are on free-to-air television, so there'll be a lot of people sat in their own homes, sat on the sofa, having a look at those. And it'll be interesting to see, actually. Assuming we are here playing Sunday evening after tea, how many are inside the ground here? There'll be a lot that love the cricket and can't stand football, but for some, I would imagine they'll either have.
That's an ear on both.
Yeah.
We're going to look down at Hove. We've got a lot of, Albion fans and Sussex cricket supporters who might do a morning at the cricket and then nip up to the Amex in the afternoon if there's a game.
There's Robinson. Knots are on 10 and just turned up to mid-on, no run.
And a lot of the stewards as well, steward at both. Yeah, just final word on the football, because I don't like to talk about football during cricket commentaries, but it seems a little odd, doesn't it? You've got 2 FA Cup semi-finals and the Premier League could well be decided amongst both of them, always taking a back seat.
Yeah.
Very strange.
10 without loss. Nottinghamshire. Here's Ollie Robinson from the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Hamid again. Width offered and width accepted. Fabulous shot. Square of the wicket on the offside and away for 4.
I was saying to you off air, Dave, that I watched Dominic Sibley bat last week for Surrey down at Hove, and now watching Haseeb Hamid here. Call me old-fashioned, call me old school, call me whatever you like, but there is still a place, in my opinion, for traditional openers in Test match cricket. And both of those guys, I thought Sibley batted really well. I was very impressed. And if you say to
get his line right, and he does, and Hamid defends. Yeah, I think if you're a bowler going out there and you're going to bowl at Dominic Sibley or Haseeb Hamid, you're going to have to be right on the money and work hard for your wicket. Whereas, the likes of Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, etc., the more expansive, quick-scoring players, on their day they're going to get the better of you and they're going to hurt your figures. But also there might just be the odd chance that'll come.
Totally.
It all makes for a different sort of game as Hamid is beaten outside the off stump. He was almost on the walk forward there. Away. There are all those names we talked about, all high quality players, of course, but I think as a bowler you don't mind it too much if they're playing a few shots against you, as long as they don't get away with it for too long. There's Robinson in again. Hamid defends. Very interesting. During the interval, you popped downstairs, Adrian. I was just did a little piece for the BBC Sport website. I was writing about Josh Tong's wickets, and they were all proper fast bowlers' wickets, if you like. There was the Yorker to get Tom Alsop this morning, and then he bowled that shot bouncer right into the stomach or midriff, or Beats Mead and goes through to the keeper. Good over that from Ollie Robinson indeed. 3 overs, none for 9. 14 without loss. He got James Coles, didn't he? Struck him that nasty one, and
yes.
It was clear that sort of knocked the wind out of his sails a little bit. Next ball, another sharp, aggressive bouncer. He took it on and mistimed it and just skewed the ball up in the air to Mead at mid-on and was out. And then captain went with a bit of a hunch. I mean, seen Farhan Ahmed bowl 7 tied enough overs getting a wicket. He brought Farhan out of the attack, brought Josh Tong on, and a pacey over right on the money from the first ball. He got 3 wickets in there, 6 balls. He only needed to bowl 1 over, got 3 wickets.
Jayden Seales in bowls to Ben Slater, who drives handsomely. That's probably the shot of the innings so far, actually, over pitch by Jayden Seales, and Ben Slater drove beautifully away through extra cover for another boundary. He goes to 8 and Nottinghamshire to 18 without loss.
Yeah, Slater's had a 92 here against Durham. In fact, naught against Opener, it's feast or famine.
Yeah.
If you don't get him early, he's likely to hurt you and get a few runs.
Sussex have already moved one of the slip fielders out. In comes Seales. Bowls let go by Slater outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Tom Haynes has come out from 4th slip into cover, so there are 3 slips and then a ring of 3, saving 1 on the offside as a backward point, cover mid-off. Then on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as the sun again makes a reappearance. Oliver Shukesmith has been in touch. Hello, Oliver. Good to hear from you. It's been a couple of sessions down in the commentary box last year down at Hove. He says, as a student in Nottingham, I was thrilled to look down the fixture list and see this game was taking place across the final weekend of the holidays. In comes Seales, bowls, Slater lets that go outside the off stump. No run. Been slightly disappointing for Sussex so far, but exciting watching Tongue bowl. Hoping for Robinson to get in a roll before the close. All the best, Oliver. Thanks for getting in touch, Oliver. Good to hear from you. Not a bad place to be at university, I wouldn't imagine. Nottingham, plenty to go, plenty going on.
Just looking at the over rate for Notts, +4. They've bowled Sussex out by tea and with a +4 over rate.
Very good.
Bottom right of the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was having the spinners on, wasn't it? Made a huge difference. Seales motors in, bowls, and forward comes Slater, plays into the covers, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Lots of applause for Tom Haynes. That's something that happened from last week. Tom Haynes went off the field, and Dan Lawrence pulled a ball down towards fine leg, and young George Thomas, who signed from Somerset in the winter, was on the field as a 12th man. He put down the chance. Ooh. And I'm not sure the management knew that Tom Haynes was actually going to come off the field then, so I think he got a bit of stick for it, did Tom. And comes Seales, bowls, let go by Slater, taken by Simpson, no run. So every time he fielded the ball, there was an extended round of applause. And Mark Church and I were wondering what on earth was going on, but I think that was the reason.
When you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah.
Just wondering, I think we've had 4 4s and a 2 here, so I don't think they've changed ends, have they? I don't think Seales has bowled at Mead yet, and I don't think Robinson's bowled at Slater yet.
Seales is marching back to his mark and turns and runs away from us. In bowls, so Mead on 10, Slater on 8. Since I was here last, Dave, I'm sure that you had a better view of the road. Is that office block there new?
That's not an office block, that's the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home.
or upmarket flats, what are they? Are they new?
It's a residential home, yeah, it's brand new.
Is it? Because I thought you could see the road.
Yeah, it's spoilt our view of the Loughborough Road, the power station, the planes landing at East Midlands Airport.
Yeah. So how long has that been there for?
They've been building it for the last couple of years. It was opened by sort of the end of last season. Right.
So they get sort of a view of the cricket from the roof, maybe.
From the roof, you can see in. We've had people on there send photos. 18 without loss. Here's Robinson, and Mead has chased after that one a little bit. Perhaps a touch fortunate not to feather it through to John Simpson or one of the slips. Again, the temptation's there, isn't it? It's short and wide, and you know there's a high risk that if you get bat on it, you're going to get yourself 4 runs. So there's nobody square of the wicket on the offside. There's nobody down at third man. There's just those 3 slips, and the keeper, of course, if you only get a faint edge on it, or one man at backward point, should be able to negotiate it beyond him. Here's Robinson in again to Hamid, and wide of off stump and through to Verena. Of course, this is a Roses battle out there, really, isn't it? Ollie Robinson, Yorkshireman, Seb Hamid, Lancastrian. 18 without loss. Been a good day for Notts so far. As Robinson comes in past umpire Blackwell. And the Boltonian blocks it. They've reached tee at New Road. Worcestershire were 20 for 3 or so this morning. They're 142 for 8. There's 3 early wickets for Jake Ball. He hasn't added to that. 142 for 8. Ethan Brooks 17 not out. He very nearly swung Worcestershire to a dramatic,
yes, he did.
Run chase with the tip partnership down at Chelmsford. Set the visitors a 164 for 5. In Division 2, Derbyshire 166 for 2 against Middlesex, and Gloucestershire have got a batting point there, 250 for 9 against Leicestershire. So that's quite a significant turnaround in fortunes. They were 88 for 7, 250 for 9, and they've got there thanks to James Bracey, who's 91 not out, principally. Robinson to Hamid. Lovely shot through the covers for 4. It's a shortish boundary, it's a lightning fast outfield, and everything just was set up nicely there for Hamid. It was slightly overpitched, a half volley, and he just caressed it away for 4 runs. Good work by Hamid. He moves on to 14. Robinson in again. This one a little wider. He leaves it alone. End of the over. Notts 22 without loss after Sussex made 169. On a still and slightly chilly April afternoon. It's going to be Jaden Seals, man from the Caribbean, discarding his sweater again and going to come in for his 4th over. 3 overs, none for 9 so far, and again he's going to be facing Ben Slater, bowling around the wicket to him. I think there must have been the odd delivery that I've seen Hamid at the far end. I think, did he get a single at the end of the first over? Might have done.
Yes, there was a single. In comes Seals, bowls, and nicely played by Slater. Jaden Seals has been annoyed with himself, a bit too much width, and with that short boundary, and a no ball as well. Put away through the offside. Nicely played.
It's not gone up there
Has it
yet.
got? Where's that? There we are. It has gone down to 12.
Yeah, it was an over. I thought it was. So 6 from that particular delivery. That's not a good start to an over when you've still got 6 balls to go and you've already gone for 6 runs, is it?
Too much width.
Yeah.
For himself, he's going to change his angle of attack here to around the wicket.
Too much overstep.
Yeah. Up to a good start on Nottinghamshire. Sussex can't afford to Notts to get away and bowl. Slater is 4 punches that last week.
That's what it's all about, is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, I'm told that's what it was all about. Probably wears a bit thin after. It's probably one of those you just got to suck it up while it happens and just hope it all goes away.
When you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah, you have.
He must have known he wanted a comfort break, otherwise the subfielder wouldn't have been there in the first place.
Well, totally, yeah. So, Jaden Seals running in away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. Comes in and bowls, and that's the second time that Slater has almost played on. Looks to play that very late down towards third man or through backward point. And the ball dribbles towards the slip cord and there is no run.
To think where it was, but certainly one of his innings he was out like that, chopping a wideish ball on. Ben Slater, one of his knocks this season. I think it was here against Essex. Cook or Porter. Bound to be Cook or Porter. It's always one of them.
No, it is.
Isn't it?
Oh, fine bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fine bowlers. Seals in bowls. That's driven away, and that's going to be 4 more. Not quite where he intended that to go from Ben Slater. He rehearses the shot. He was looking to play that through extra cover, but he got a thick edge. The ball whistled along the floor down to third man. Nonetheless, it's another boundary, and Nottinghamshire off to a bit of a flyer here. 32 without loss in the 8th over.
That's 10 from 3 balls in this over.
It is.
I think this is now the 2nd highest partnership of the match.
Yeah, Coles and Carter 57. Simpson.
Oh yeah, the 7th wicket was 39.
39.
Yeah.
Daniel Hughes has just wandered across to have a quick word with Jayden Seals. Hughes fielding at mid-off. Seals on his way. Bowls, and Slater's at it again. That's going to be 4 more. Well, he looks really disconsolate, just Jayden Seals. He's got his hands on his hips. It was too wide outside the off stump, and really Slater without a third man. The third man is very wide. He's almost deep backward point, to be honest. And the ball just whistled away for 4 more. So expensive over from Jayden Seals.
Just have a look. I don't know if he's played here before. There was a West Indies.
Was there a test here last year?
I was trying to think. I think there was. Let's have a think. Let's have a look.
Well, the camera showing Jack Carson warming up already. I'd be a bit surprised that I'm sure they'd give Hudson Prentice. Stump taken by Simpson, no run.
Yeah, England West Indies last July. Yeah, Jayden Seals did play here, so
right.
Let's have a look. In England's first innings of 416, he bowled 15 overs, 2 for 90.
Right.
He got Joe Root, and he got Chris Wokes in the first innings.
Seals in again, bowls, and he's caught. And Seals gets his revenge. Well, that was a strange shot by Ben Slater. He almost looked as if he was trying to get out of the way of that. Played a nondescript shot and picked up by James Coles in the gully. Well, that came out of absolutely nowhere, and Sussex have picked up a wicket. Slater is on his way for 20, and having bowled a rather wayward over, Jayden Seals picks up a wicket. It's a funny old game, isn't it, cricket?
Yep.
And Nottinghamshire are 36 for 1.
Second innings of that Test match last year, he got 4 for 97, getting Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Mark Wood and Shoaib Bashir, and Zach Crawley. It's got in brackets, it's got run out and then in brackets Seals. So he had
a decent game.
He had a pretty good game, yeah. Although England won by 241. But he got 6 wickets last year. He's got 1 wicket this year. It's that of Ben Slater, who was at the crease for half an hour, 23 balls, 5 fours, but has now perished, and it's 36 for 1.
Well, that was a strange. I think he was trying to let that go. The ball just sort of seemed to hit his bat. It's a strange dismissal, wasn't it?
Looked a little bit like that.
Anyway, Jayden Seals, who looked a bit downcast, wanders back to his fielding positions, and he's picked up a wicket. And what that does is to bring Ben Duckett out to the middle, and if it takes a while to come out, is Ben Duckett. Oh, here he comes.
I think it just seems a little longer because we can't see them coming.
Yes, that's very true.
There is the England man then. That's 36 for 1, replying to Sussex's 169 all out. Was the end of the 8th over.
Sixer needed that, Dave.
In the end, but got his man from the final ball. So back to Robinson, bowling to the not skipper Mead, who's on 14.
Ooh, poor bowled.
Good delivery again, just shapes away. So whether Carson was just loosening himself up, or whether there was anything in his warm-ups, we might never know. But the wicket has gone down. Seals 4 overs, 1 for 23 after that expensive over, but did get the wicket of Slater. There's Robinson to the Notts captain. He's opened the face and will get another boundary. It's a very easy game for the batters when they do get bat on ball and steer it into a space, because it'll just run away, pace on the ball, and just guided away by Hamid. That is one of his favourite scoring areas. Opposition sides will know all about that, the dab down to third man, and also the worked shot to mid-wicket. Strong areas for him. So if you don't have anybody down at third man, you just can't afford to give him any width, or he'll play that all day. 40 for 1. Hamid now on 18. Robinson bowls to him down the leg side. Comfortably taken by John Simpson.
Yeah, just trying to overcompensate there, Ollie Robinson. I just wonder if it's worth having a, so you can bowl outside the off stump. I wonder if it's worth. I mean, there's a deep backward point. I wonder if it just needs to be a little finer than that, Dave.
Yeah, it's there for the short and wide one that Hamid cuts, isn't there? But Hamid knows he's there, so just delays putting the bat, the face of the bat on the ball, just so it goes a little finer. This one's eased into the offside. A lot of cricket still to be played. 28 overs after this one. On day one of the county championship match between the two sides at the top of the table after 3 rounds. This game already moving on. We've had 11 wickets already. Ollie Robinson and Seals, and they'll come back for a second. That's good running, purposeful running between this pair. Truth, I don't think there's an awful lot that Seals could do to prevent the second being taken. 42 for 1. Notts trail by 127. There'll be people joining us all the time. Notts won the toss, opted to field first. They've bowled Sussex out for 169. Hamid turns this through mid-wicket. There's that other favoured scoring area, away through mid-wicket for 4. 46 for 1, so 10 from that over. Good over for Notts. Duckett yet to score, but he watched his captain move on to 24 in that over. 46 for 1. Notts with 2 changes to their starting 11. Ben Duckett coming in for Freddie McCann, and this morning Lyndon James had to pull out with a viral infection. Liam Patterson-White, who wasn't in the original squad, brought into the side, and he has taken his place. Didn't manage to pick up a wicket. Got a catch, good catch to dismiss Daniel Hughes early on, and bowled half a dozen or so overs tidily enough. 46 for 1 the score. We've got a bowling change. So having taken a wicket with the last ball he bowled, Jayden Seals, he's now out of the attack, and it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. Right on, bustling medium fast, round the wicket, bowls to Duckett, beats him on the outside, and it goes through into the gloves of Simpson. What a lift that would have given the Sussex side had he just managed to tickle it. Gloucestershire 2-5-2 all out at Bristol against Leicestershire. Worcestershire, they're 9 down, 156 for 9 at New Road against Durham. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, and it's a very wide delivery, but Duckett threw the bat at it, couldn't reach it. The day that might have been called for a wide, but not today. Hudson Prentice in again, and this time the width is received by Ben Duckett. Could reach that one and smashes it away for 4, and the Nottinghamshire 50 comes up in the 10th over. Duckett off the mark for the summer. $50 for 1 knots. Already within 119 of Sussex. Hudson Prentice to the left-hander. Get the board moving, easing it square of the wicket on the offside for a single. I'll swap over for the Notts captain, Hamid. 51 for 1. Notts will go with Joe Clark at 4, the fall of the next wicket. Jack Haynes at 5. And Kyle Verena, Liam Patterson-White and Fergus O'Neill complete the top 8. Lots of encouragement, as you'd expect for Hudson Prentice, who runs in now and bowls a delivery that Hamid just works out onto the offside. No run. Ben Slater, the man out, caught James Coles from the bowling of Jaden Seals for 20. That was in the 8th over. Score 36 for 1. Fairly standard 6-3 offside field for Hudson Prentice, who comes in again to the Notts skipper, past umpire Newell, and this is run to backward point. Mead sends Duckett back. I think Duckett was interested in scampering through for a single, but it's a wise call from Mead. End of the over. 51 for 1. Finn Hudson Prentice's first over, costing 5 runs.
Interesting, having taken a wicket, that they took Jaden Seals out of the attack. I wonder whether the plan might be. I mean, Ollie Robinson generally bowls spells of 6-7 overs. Last week at Hove, he bowled 11 on the spin at one stage.
It may have already been programmed, like the Formula 1 team with their pit stops.
Yeah.
You'll come in after 18 laps. It may be you'll have 6 from this end, 3 more or 2 more or whatever, and then you'll take that end. In fact, he's now moving, look, to that end of the field, Jaden Seals. He was fielding at this end, and he's gone all the way up to the far end to mid-off. So that may be in readiness to replace Robinson when Robinson's done. It may just have been programmed before the innings started.
Well, I've got 2 slips and a gully now in place as Ben Duckett faces Ollie Robinson, bowls, and Duckett is forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. So 2 slips, a gully, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket. Is there a fine leg?
There will be.
Yes, there is.
There will be.
Yeah, I think Hudson Prentice down here just having a drink.
So we've got an England Test bowler, and we've got 2 England Test batters. One current, one not for a couple of years, or not since the last Ashes trip.
Robinson in, bowls to Duckett. Oh, well, you can see now they'd moved the 3rd slip to gully. And had that not been the case, that would have been straight to 3rd slip, you know.
Absolutely.
I mean, Ollie Robinson, look, now, I don't know who made that decision. I think Ollie Robinson is looking as if, I don't know if he wasn't aware that had happened, but he doesn't look best pleased.
Crikey, you're absolutely bang right. It went at a catchable height between 2nd slip and, you know, whether he was 5th slip or whether he was gully, it's a moot point, but he's coming back now, Coles, to block that gap, but that horse might have already bolted.
Well, it was strange we'd mentioned the fact that Coles had gone into gully. Robinson in again, bowls, Duckett's B. This is a good spell by Ollie Robinson, who's bending his back from the Stuart Broad end. Ball goes through to Simpson, no run. It was his. It could have been frustration. It could have been almost a, well, you know, I thought he was in at 3rd slip. Either way, Ben Duckett's still there. 55 for 1.
Worcestershire 9 down at New Road, 162 for 9, and Jake Ball's got his 4th wicket of the innings. That'll be a nice little scalp for the former Notts man if he can get it to 5 for on debut for Durham.
Robinson again bowls to Duckett, who's forward a little uncertainly, played to backward point off a mixture of bat and pad, fielded by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
Duckett's first game of the season, of course. You'd imagine there's been a lot of netting and prep work and what have you, but it doesn't replicate being out there in the middle. So
was this the first?
Yes, the live stream for the first 3 matches.
Robinson in and bowls. Ooh, that was in the air. There was a cry of catch it, but it was a little uppish. It wasn't a chance. It was to Robinson's left, but you heard the slips shouting, catch it.
But then again, you think, you know, the length of the international, the domestic, or the England domestic summer, all the international fixtures he's got there, and all the other bits and pieces with the 100 and what have you, and then he'll go straight into a winter with England. Don't know what they've got before the Ashes, but you know, it's going to be a long, challenging year.
Robinson steaming in, bowls who's caught behind, and Ollie Robinson gets his reward. It's an inside edge from Ben Duckett, who's on his way. Ollie Robinson gets a reward for what I think's been a very good opening spell from the Stuart Broad end. Ben Duckett goes, and Nottinghamshire are 55 for 2.
Yeah, not exactly a county championship-like shot, was it? That was more in keeping with what we've seen Ben Duckett doing on the international arena, and generally makes good contact with the ball. Like I said, he's not had, I won't say he's not had much cricket, he's not had any cricket, but decided that was one to go hard at, and seemed like an inside edge and a very good catch from John Simpson. And Adrian's absolutely right. Good reward for Ollie Robinson. So this game continues to move on apace. The 12th wicket of the day sees Ben Duckett dismissed. Robinson just put, there was no foot movement, was there? We've just seen a replay of it, and a loose-ish waft. It would have gone a long way if he had middled it, but he didn't. He inside edged it, and John Simpson taking a catch behind the stumps. Here comes Joe Clark. Clark's been seen off comparatively cheaply in the matches so far this season. Let's have a little look. 37-35 not out against Durham, 16 and 19 versus Essex, and 4 last week against Warwickshire. So yet to reach a 50 this season, Joe Clark. Might put that right today, might not, but generally doesn't go too long without registering a big score, as his career record will confirm. He's now 27 years of age. Just looking against Sussex, this is his 8th match, 1 century. That came at New Road. 1 century in September 2015 against Sussex at New Road. So it's a long old time, Adrian.
Yes.
Guess you'll have been there to see it. The young, wet behind the ears Clark.
Yes.
I've got 24 first-class hundreds. There's Hudson Prentice bowling to the Notts captain down the leg side, and it's a little bit of a waft from Hamid. We've had Jaden Seals caught down the leg side today from the bowling of Josh Tong. Don't think we've had any others. No, we haven't, but the way he went hard at it, there was always a likelihood if he did get bat on ball, it would have disappeared down to long leg for 4.
Was a little lucky to get away with that, actually, Hudson Prentice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because fine leg is actually quite square. He's almost a backwards square leg, really.
Almost a free hit in the old-fashioned meaning of the word, but that's a good delivery. That is a really good comeback delivery from Finn Hudson Prentice that challenged to me just outside the off stump. Fancy he had a little dabble at it without getting anything on it.
Just going back to Ollie Robinson, I mean, a fit Ollie Robinson with a bit between his teeth, I still think he's got so much to offer. And he's bowled a good spell here. He bowled well against Surrey last week as well. He seems to be well down the pecking order at the moment, but all he can do is to take wickets and stay fit.
Hudson Prentice Bowls again down the leg side, and again Hamid can't get anything on it. Hamid versus Sussex, only three previous matches. Averages 32 or so with a best of 94. I think that was back in his Lancashire days. "12 wickets have gone down. We've still got 25 overs. So
yeah, the game's well advanced, isn't it?
About a quarter of the day's allocation still to be bowled. Next delivery, and this time bat on ball. Looked very inelegant there, Hamid. He had his right leg almost tucked up round the back of his bottom somewhere there as he played that one-legged, pushing it out onto the offside.
Has Joe Clarke made the volume of runs that perhaps not thought when he came here, Dave? Or perhaps not quite. Would that be unfair? Or
He had a very quiet start. His first season was good delivery past field issues that followed him from Worcestershire in that first year, and really struggled to get going. But beyond then, he's shown what a
good player,
what a high quality player he is. Let me just pull up his knots record. Joe Clarke, in all first-class matches, 139 first-class matches, he averages just under 40.
Yeah, that's good.
In fact, absolutely bang on. In all his matches, including Worcestershire, averages 39.84. Just for Notts, he averages 39.86. So
you take that.
So he's been consistent throughout his career. That just about tells you. Just knocking on the door of 8,500 runs.
Robinson is coming into bowl to Clarke. He's in and bowls, hits him on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. There's a stifled appeal from the slips. The Sussex fielders a bit of a spring in their step, having picked up those couple of wickets. 3 slips in place. Probably the most relieved man was whoever decided to move third slip to gully when Duckett edged that one through the slip cordon. But
just one here that slipped through the net. Mike Fitzgerald watching the live stream, enjoying it. Day to you, Mike.
Robinson in bowls, and Clarke defends down the offside of the track, fielded by Robinson, and there is no run. So a ring of 3, saving one on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket. A fine leg down below us, who is that all the way down here? Finn Hudson-Prentice. Normally you see it fielding at point, but Jack Carson is in at point with Finn Hudson-Prentice bowling. Our cameraman has got his hood up again, all the way to our right-hand side. The sun is out, and in comes Robinson. Bowls, and Clarke plays slightly uncertainly to Carson at backward point, and there is no run. As you say, decent crowd, Dave, away to our right-hand side. The spectators there are pretty much jam-packed in on the balcony. Around the rest of the ground, people scattered around. But it's been an enthralling day's cricket. Nottinghamshire on top, no question about that. But a couple of Sussex wickets here would make it interesting. 3 slips go down. Robinson in bowls. Oh, Clarke's beaten all ends out. That's a cracking delivery. Who's Clarke rather caught on the crease, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
Nigel says, if you want a view from the stands, Dave, members that Nigel's spoken to said Freddie McCann's exclusion from the side not going down too well, and even more annoying seeing how Ben Duckett gave his wicket away. So that's a view from the stands. Thank you, Nigel.
Robinson in and bowls, and Clarke turns on onto the leg side. Finn Hudson-Prentice got a long chase round the boundary edge, gets round there very quickly, does Hudson-Prentice. Good bit of fielding, prevents it going for 4, gets in the throw. Hudson-Prentice was in deep conversation with James Kirtley just down below us before that delivery. James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, who I believe played here in that test match against South Africa. I think it was here. He's nattering away to Finn. Coaching staff all seem to wear shorts these days, don't they? He's got his shorts on and a Sussex gilet. As in comes Robinson. to bowl to Clark, and Clark hit on the pad. I think possibly there was a bit of inside edge on that, which rather stopped the appeal from Ollie Robinson and the slip cordon. Ollie Robinson, 7 overs at 1 maiden, 1 for 29. We'll see what happens here. John Simpson is just running up and having a word to Ollie Robinson. He just gave him a pat on the back. That was almost a thanks for now, Ollie.
Yeah.
Did you think so?
Yeah. You can't keep him going forever. Like you say, he can bowl 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 over spells, but might want to keep him as fresh as he can, give Jayden another go, and maybe bring Robinson back for a late tilt. There's only 24 overs to go in the day. Obviously 12 from each end, so he'll... I'll tell you what, Ollie Robinson has just asked for one of the subs to come on as Hudson Prentice starts a new over that Hamid defends. Did you see that? Ollie Robinson to the balcony sort of said, you know, let's can somebody come on and I'll have a little comfort break at the end of the over.
He did injure his foot in the first game of the season at Edgbaston, so he missed the win against Somerset back last week. So let's see if he stays on his side. He definitely made a sign towards the dressing room.
Yeah. Most of the quick bowlers generally do it, don't they, after they've finished the spell. 57 for 2. Finn Hudson Prentice bowls to the Notts captain, strikes him on the back of the pads and runs away on the leg side down to Jayden Seales, who I would imagine will bowl the next over from the broad end.
Yes, I see him option. Tom Haynes, who hasn't bowled so far this season, sort of wobble the ball around, sort of a la Greg Chappell sort of bowler is Tom Haynes. Then you got the spin of Carson and Coles.
Who was captain before Simpson came? Did Tom Clark have a year?
It was Tom Haynes. Tom Clark was skippering him the one day. Yeah.
Hudson Prentice bowls, strikes him on the pad, and then the appeal is strangled. So either realised it was outside the line or there was bat involved. 58 for 2.
My own feeling about that was that it was. I don't think it did Tom's game any good, to be honest. I think he had so much to concentrate. It was in a Sussex side that were getting pretty regularly beaten. And you know, when you're a young man and you're trying to skipper a side in the county championship and open the batting, I thought it was all a little too much. Is it me?
Yeah, no, he's in again and bowls, and Hamid defends. I was just looking, Worcestershire have been bowled out for 162 at New Road by Durham, and Jake Ball has got his 5 for 47. Well done, Jake. Not required by Somerset so far this season. Allowed to go out on loan to Durham, and marks his Durham debut with a 5 for 58 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
Let's get a jug then if you get 5 wickets. That's the old rule.
That's it, isn't it? Joe Clark on strike on 2. Works this to mid-wicket, no run. Men out in this innings, Ben Slater for 20, falling to Jayden Seales, and then Ben Duckett out to Ollie Robinson for 9. 58 for 2. Earlier in the piece, Brett Hutton, with the first 3 wickets to go down this morning, he ended up with 4, but then Josh Tong taking the bowling honours again with figures of 5 for 44. Next delivery wide of the off stump goes through to John Simpson. So they are Josh Tong's best figures for Nottinghamshire. He had 5 for 66 against Durham.
Actually, Dave, that wasn't thanks very much, Ollie. I think he's going to carry on, you know. Harry Cavalos bought him out a drink. And so it looked very much as if it was a thanks very much. And Ollie Robinson looked up towards the balcony. Now Harry Cavalos has bought him out a drink, but Robinson's going to carry on here.
But with all due respect, you never really know with some fast bowlers whether they do need to energetically go through a warm-up or whether they're naturally ready to go.
Robinson bowls and Hamid is forward a ball of good length. He punches that to mid-off and there is no run. Still the 3 sips in place. The third man is slightly finer now. There's a cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket who's probably about 10 yards inside the boundary and a fine leg. James Kirtley has finished chatting away to Finn Hudson-Prentice as in comes Robinson again. Bowls, and Hamid is struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Robinson thought that was close.
We're not in line, we're high up in the air. I wouldn't have been surprised because it was a confident appeal.
Yes.
But nor would I have been surprised if it was turned down on grounds of height.
Yeah. Robinson normally, if it hits the pads and everyone else goes up and he knows it isn't out, he tends just to turn around and walk back to his mark, but he was very enthusiastic
Yes,
about that appeal.
He was front and centre.
He was.
Leading the appeals.
Wheels around at the far end of the ground.
Been asked for one big push here from his skipper, hasn't it?
In on bowls, that's another good delivery. Difficult to say with him. Did he play it that day, or did he pull the bat at the last minute?
I'm going to say it's difficult to say because he's very good at not showing his emotions and really just dismissing it instantly. He'll always go on that little walk, about 3 steps towards the square leg umpire, and then back and gets into his routine, his little trigger movements in his crease.
Robertson is probing away here. He's in again, bowls to Hamid. Well, Hamid was kind of neither forward nor back then. The ball sort of dribbled towards the stumps. It was never going to hit the stumps, but he's asking plenty of questions here. Here's Ollie Robinson. What have we got? Coming up to 5-5. We've still got another 22 overs to be bowled after this tonight, Dave.
Yeah,
So plenty of cricket to be played. Ollie Robinson, his 8th over. He would dearly love to pick up the Nottinghamshire skipper. In he comes, bowls. Oh, it's another super delivery. That really is a very good. It's a good spell of bowling there.
James Coles thought he'd got him, any?
As I say earlier on today, fallen out of favour with the England selectors, but I think when you see him bowling like this, you know he's got so much to offer. Wheels around at the far end. Comes into bowl to Hamid. He's in bowls. Oh, I think on that occasion we'll say Hamid did take the bat out of the way, but only at the last minute. Good over by Ollie Robinson. Impressive spell. He has bowled 8 overs. 2 maidens, taken 1 for 29. Nottinghamshire 58 for 2 in reply to the Sussex total of 169, in which Ollie Carter top scored with 46. James Coles made 37. And Finn Hudson-Prentice 30. The only real partnership of note was between Coles and Carter. That was worth 57.
Thought he was going to go off the field then, but he's not. He's gone to mid-on.
Yeah.
So here's Hudson-Prentice. Certainly looks to have put a yard on since his Derbyshire days, and bowls now. This is causing Robinson to abandon just pulling his sweater down and move sharply to his right to stop the ball going for 4. And then there's a little bit of a look at the ball and chat. Who's this polishing? Daniel Harris?
Daniel Hughes, yeah.
Hughes,
yeah.
beg your pardon.
That's right.
Hughes and Harris.
Yes, they had a little look at the end of the previous over, didn't they? I don't know, a bit of kidology, maybe.
Yeah. Hudson-Prentice, shirt outside his trousers, flapping in and bowls and worked to mid-wicket. No run.
There they go again.
Straight to Tom Haynes.
He is getting heaps, Tom Haynes, isn't he? Absolutely. He's probably so fed up with it. Poor old Tom.
By your anecdote, it was nothing to do with him. He'd gone off for a call.
Well, he had gone off, but he should have been on, I think, was the feeling. And if he'd been there, perhaps he would have caught it. So leaving it to the sub.
Prentice down the leg side, and Clark goes swishing vigorously down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. Who was the sub? Have you named him?
Yes, George Thomas.
You said.
Yeah, he's the young lad they
Somerset.
signed from Somerset
Yeah.
in the winter. And it was straight to him. But these things happen. And
Our Halfway through the 16th over of the innings, and again down the leg side. Good take by John Simpson. 11 wickets have now gone down at New Road because Durham have just started their first innings, and Alex Lee's out to Jacob Duffy for naught. Duffy, who played 2 or 3 games for Nottinghamshire at the back end of last season.
Do you think there was a chance, Dave? It's just that John Simpson has sort of stayed down, looking sort of... And Hudson Prince had his hands on his head. I wonder if there was a little glove or something down the leg side there. Difficult, well, impossible to see from here.
You can disregard what the 3 slips feel about it because they couldn't see anything.
No.
This one's pushed away on the offside for a couple of runs by Joe Clark. 60 for 2. Somerset 173 for 5. Gosh, that's a slow day at the Oval.
Very slow, isn't it? Yeah.
71 overs, 173 for 5. Top scorer Tom Lammonby made 76.
Not made a great start, Somerset, have they?
No. Never mind, eh?
Yeah.
60 for 2. It's pitched right up there by Hudson Prentice, kept out by Clark. He stays on 4. Hamid has 24, 60 for 2. After 16, Knott's ticking along at 3 1/4 and over. Was a little trickier earlier in the day for Sussex. They were bowled out for 169, so Knott's 109 behind, but they have lost Ben Slater, Ben Duckett already in this innings.
And you're listening to Live Cricket on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team. Been made very welcome here at Trent Bridge today. Lovely lunch, scones and jam for tea. So thank you to everyone at Trent Bridge. Ollie Robinson in his 9th over. He's bending his back here, is Robinson, running in to bowl to Hamid, who's forward and plays defensively and picks up a single into the offside. Tom Haynes needs to trot across from cover to field. And there is a single to Hamid. He goes to 25. Brings Joe Clark on strike. I think Robinson won't be unhappy about that because he hasn't had much opportunity to bowl at Clark.
No.
Hamid has taken most of Ollie Robinson. So 3 slips in place. James Coles, can always pick him out. He always wears that white sun hat, does Coles. And Robinson is in. Oh, Clark lets that go. Good leave outside stump taken by Simpson. Here we have. Now we have. Our cameraman is an indication of the warmth. I only put a coat in at the last minute. I'm blooming glad I did now. I thought I won't need it. The weather forecast says it's going to be, tropical for the next few days. I think that's still to come over the weekend. Robinson again. In the bowl, just a little too wide of the off stump from Ollie Robinson, and Clark has nothing to do with it. Goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Consolidation here from Nottinghamshire, having lost those 2 wickets. Ben Slater for 20. Curious shot out of nowhere, really. Over where Jaden Casillas, I think, conceded 14. And it seems as if he was trying to get his bat out of the way. The ball rather seemed to hit the bat and spoon to James Coles, who took the catch in the slips. And then Ben Duckett driving at Ollie Robinson inside edge, caught by John Simpson. Here is Robinson again. Bowls, and Clark lets that one go. Slightly back of a length. The ball goes through to Simpson, no run.
There's an update for local radio. Yeah, this game continues to move on quite quickly because Notts have already lost 2 wickets of their own. As you say, Sussex 169, 5 wickets for Josh Tong, but they have lost Ben Slater and Ben Duckett, the England man, out for just 9. Notts 61 for 2, so they're within 108 of the Sussex all-out score. Robinson's delivery to Clark. Pushed to mid-off, no run.
So it just will be interesting to see what happens here. Do you just keep Robinson going, or do you just hold him back for half a dozen overs at the end of the day? Often when bowlers are in good rhythm, I sometimes wonder whether you're better, if you've got to come back again and get warmed up. He looks like he's going to take wickets, Robinson, which is why John Simpson wants to keep him on. Makes his way in again.
And he comes and bowls to Clark, turns it to mid-wicket, sets off briskly. Seals does the fielding. And Joe Clark will keep strike. 62 for 2. Clark on 5. Hamid on 25. Runs have dried up, relatively speaking. They've only added 7 for this third wicket partnership from 6 overs to generally pretty pleased with how it's gone. Josh Tong, the star of the show, with 5 for 44, but big chunk of credit also to Brett Hutton. It's always said to be the hardest thing, isn't it? Nipping out the top order, and he got the first 3.
He did indeed. In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice over the wicket. Bowls to Hamid, who plays onto the leg side. Fielded there by Tom Haynes, who gets the standard round of applause from his mates in the slip cord. Well, probably aren't his mate. Well, Tom Clark is his mate, actually. And there is no run. So those 3 slips in place. John Simpson will be keen to keep her on the attack as much as he can. I can see Jaden Seals is warming up now down at fine leg. He's doing some knees bends and some touching of the toes.
Knees bend, arm stretch.
Yep, bit of that going on. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls and forward. Oh. It's a no ball from Finn Hudson-Prentice. So 2 more to the total. Takes it up to 64 for 2. There we go. I do like the shape of the floodlights here at Trent Bridge, Dave. Sort of, in some way, just sort of seem to fit in with the surroundings. I don't know why, but it's
circular. 6 of them to represent Sir Garfield Sober's 6 sixes, which, as all cricket fans know, young cricket fans especially, from way back when, was not done here. Was done at St Helens in Swansea, but that's what they've always said. We'll put 6 of them up to celebrate Sir Garfield Sobers.
Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Hamid down the leg side, and there is no run. Fielded by Hudson-Prentice off his own bowling.
There's the E-shaped ones at Edgbaston, aren't there? And there's the...
Are they? Right, I've never noticed that.
There's the, they say they're the white rose-shaped ones at Headingley, and I always get a bite when I say, why are your floodlights shaped like shamrocks? They always bite.
Yeah.
Generally do there anyway, about most things.
Hudson-Prentice on his way again. Bowls and defended onto the onside by Hamid, who's just playing, just looking to use up this, get the overs out of this new ball. Haynes fields, no run.
Still haven't got any permanent ones at New Road, Worcester, have they? And
no.
There was all sorts of talk last year that they might have to move elsewhere, but it seems like they've decided against that and will remain at New Road.
I think there's some kind of, isn't there some sort of talk about diverting some of the water down to Robinson? There is no run. I'm pleased because I love New Road as a cricket ground.
Yeah.
One of my favourites. Yeah, the Sussex floodlights are pretty old, Dave. I think possibly in the... In fact, Sussex didn't use the floodlights at all last year. You had to decide at the beginning of the season whether you wanted to use floodlights or not, and Sussex decided not to. They have decided to this year, but they are quite old. As Hudson-Prentice is in again, bowls, and Hamid again plays to mid-on, fielded by Robertson. This is some good tight cricket. Again, there is no run.
Yes, Hudson-Prentice. 1 ball left in his 5th over. He's only gone for 9 runs, and I think 4 of those are from no balls, aren't they? 2
yes,
no balls.
You're right. He's just down below front us, down in front of us, and runs away from us. We're high up in the Ratcliffe Road end. Comes in, bowls, and Hamid just plays this nicely timed through the covers. Ollie Carter's very quick across the ground, but he can't prevent Clark coming back for a couple of runs. It is the end of the over, 66 for 2. Jaden Seals is indeed peeling off his sweater. So that's the end of Ollie Robertson for the time being. 9 very good overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Jaden Seals has picked up a wicket. The wicket that he picked up was in an over when he'd been really very expensive. But they're going to try him now from the Stuart Broad end.
Division 2, Gloucestershire made 252. Leicestershire in reply 15 for 2. They've lost Rishi Patel and Rian Ahmed. The former Notts dasher Sol Buddinger's 8 not out.
Cool, crumbs. What's going on down there today? Say generally at Bristol, it's I'm not saying a batting paradise, but it generally favours the batting side.
So 12 wickets there, 12 wickets here, 11 at New Road, Worcester, and just 5 at the Oval and 3 at Derby. Where Derbyshire are 211 for 3. Here comes Jayden Seales then into bowl to the Notts captain, who'll get a single, pushing this away on the offside. At Derby, the former Glamorgan opener David Lloyd made 93. Harry Kane made 73. Wayne Madsen.
Oh, I think they've had a decent start to the season as well.
Clark back on strike on 7. We've got a bit of sun from somewhere because we've got shadows around all the players. It's wide of Clark, so he leaves it alone. Chance for Joe Clark to have a little bit of a look at Jayden Seales here. Didn't think he saw anything on. I think Seales would come out of the attack by the time that.
Yes, you're right.
Clark got out to the middle. Jack Haynes due in next, who scored career best 142 in the last home game here. And Kyle Verreynne also got a century in the last match. Next ball on its way now, wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. And then Liam Patterson-White, who scored 165 this week against Durham Seconds. So some players in form to come for Notts.
Nice selection problems to have. Did Lyndon James make some runs the other day?
Yes, he got a century against Durham, the first match of the season. So, yeah, things have been going pretty well. After a difficult season last year, where Notts finished 8th. 2 go down, Notts stayed up. This is down the leg side, just tickled away for 4. Just slightly got his line wrong there, Jayden Seales. Difficult season for Notts. They have generally managed to get out of the North group in the Blast, get through to the quarters at least. Have come up against Sussex a few times, but finished bottom of the group, their worst ever showing. Didn't get out of the groups.
I didn't realise that.
Didn't get out of the groups for the Metro Bank. Like I say, it was a lean season as well in the Championship, but things have started brighter this time around. Seales slightly got his line wrong there. Clark on to 11. He's on strike now, and lets this go through to John Simpson.
I didn't realise they'd finished bottom of their group. Talk about John Simpson. Just had an email in from his dad, Jack, who's listening to us over in Spain. Hello, Jack. Good to hear from you. He said, from sunny Spain, it would appear that talk of opening for England is like the kiss of death for prospective candidates. Yeah, you're not wrong, Jack.
Seales bowls now. Clark was looking to drive through the covers there, and he's dragged it up to mid-on for no run. End of another aggressive over from Jayden Seales. One delivery got his line wrong, he was punished for it. Clark tickling it down the leg side for 4. Partnership now up to 16. Mead has lost all that early fluency he had in this innings. He's only scored 5 out of this partnership of 16. That's over the last 7-8 overs or so.
Actually, when I spoke to Tom Haynes last week, I deliberately didn't ask him anything about England or England lines, because, you know, what I expected to say, you know, all he can do is score runs. And so I said to Tom, I'm not going to ask you anything about England. He's if he keeps scoring runs, do you think he'd have a chance of playing for the Lions they've got 2 games against India coming up in the early part of June. Missed out today, but he's been in good form so far this season. In comes Hudson Prentice, running in, bowls to Hamid, who picks up a single through square leg. Tom Haynes fields with the requisite applause. one more to the total, 72 for 2. People joining us all the time, mindful of that, with perhaps people coming in from work, whatever. Sussex bowled out for 169 today, put into bat this morning. Ollie Carter with 46, James Coles with 37 and Hudson Prentice with 30, the main contributors. Josh Tongue bowling very fast indeed, picked up 5 for 44 and 4 for Brett Hutton. Hudson Prentice in and bowls down the leg side, clipped away, nice shot. Stirring down the leg side there, and Joe Clark very quickly onto that and clipping the ball backward of square on the leg side, and picks up a boundary to that short boundary. Goes to 15, Nottinghamshire to 76 for 2.
Yeah, we'll have to remember, one of us, when Sussex come to bat again, assuming they come to have a second innings in this match, that Josh Tongue will begin on a hat-trick. He polished off the innings with consecutive deliveries to get rid of Jack Carson and Jaden Seals. 3 wickets in that over as well.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. Clark is solidly forward, plays to short extra cover, and there is no run. And I have to say, the Nottinghamshire out cricket was excellent. Not a chance went down. There were some very sharp catches taken in the slip area as well. 1 or 2 shots, I think it's fair to say. I think a couple of the Sussex players who got themselves in, then rather got themselves out. Hudson Prentice again. Oh, it's all driven uppishly down the ground, but that's going to be 4 runs. From Clark, slightly over pitching there, Finn Hudson Prentice, and Clark with his second boundary of the over just drilled the ball down the ground for 4 runs. He goes to 19, 80 for 2.
Visibly growing in confidence, isn't he, Joe Clark? Is
nice shot.
Always had a reputation of being a little bit of an indifferent starter. He's another one, and very much a feast or famine man. If you don't get him early, he's always likely to come back and hurt you with a big score. Another slip is coming out now. Coles comes out of third slip, and he's going to go into mid-wicket. Mid-wicket drops out on the leg side fence.
I guess that's what happens, doesn't it, when you're defending a relatively low score. You've got to juggle getting wickets with not letting Nottinghamshire get away in this last 17 overs or so. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and played straight to James Coles, who'd just been moved to that mid-wicket position, and there is no run. So just the 2. I can see Tom Clark doing a bit of a warm-up there at second slip. Maybe he's going to bowl his medium pace, as we shall see.
Seals has only had 1, hasn't he, in this spell?
Yes, he has. Yes, I mean, Finn Hudson Prentice is only in his 6th over. For a couple of boundaries in this over. The sun has pretty much disappeared now as Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls and caught. That's a very good catch. A very good catch. Joe Clark is quite within his rights to stand there and just question, but it was a really good catch by Tom Clark, who's probably the best slip fielder in the club. That was low to his left-hand side. It went very, very quickly, and Tom Clark was down to it in a flash. That's a very fine catch, and the 3rd wicket goes down, and Nottinghamshire are 80 for 3.
Do you know, today we've had Haynes caught Haynes and we've had Clark caught Clark. 80 for 3, and Sussex get their first point of the match. It was a really good catch, low down to his left by T. Clark to dismiss J. Clark, and it's almost like Edgbaston all over again. Asiba Mead against. He carried his bat last week. All the wickets went at the other end. Just watching a little shot of that on our monitor. Good catch, low down. I don't think Joe Clark was...
He was just disappointed, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't even think the umpire had to raise the finger to send him off. I think able to get a good sight of it, Joe Clark, and saw it was taken cleanly. Really good work.
Went really quickly, didn't it?
It did. So good reward as well for Finn Hudson Prentice, who's running. He's looked lively, put the ball in good areas, bowled some challenging deliveries. They've not been able to get him away much. Clark did punch one down the ground earlier in that over, but good response from Hudson Prentice to get the wicket of Joe Clark, who's still not reached 40 in any innings yet this season. Will turn, of course, for him, but not in this game. 13 wickets now gone down in the day with 17 overs left, and it will be Jaden Seals now to bowl to Asiba Mead, and the new man is Jack Haynes. He makes his way up to the non-strikers end. Sussex doing their utmost to stay in this game here. This Seals in now to Hamid. Really, really important that Hamid is there at the close tonight. New man Jack Haynes, 24 years of age, signed from Worcestershire winter before last. This is his second season. 63rd first-class game, averages about 36, 6 first-class hundreds. Played 6 times against Sussex for Worcestershire with a best of 62, averages nearly 28. Knots 80 for 3 as Jayden Seals is bounding in from the broad end, and there'll be a single here to Hamid, so that'll bring Jack Haynes down onto strike.
Well, Sussex will feel that they've got themselves back into the match. If they could pick up another one tonight, I'm not saying it's even Stevens because they've only got 169 on the board, but it's the way that Nottinghamshire set off. I mean, they got to 36 in virtually no time at all.
Yeah, I guess the worry for Sussex would be that either Duckett or Clark would just go silly, as they're both capable of doing, but they've both gone. As Haynes pushes his first ball back to the bowler. You know what I mean. Duckett,
totally.
Duckett can just sometimes look as if he's playing a different game to everybody else.
Yes.
And Joe Clark, when he's in, also in the past do that, but they're more orthodox fare from Asib Hamid and Jack Haynes. Comes Jayden Seals to bowl to Haynes. A good delivery. He was deep in his crease then, but didn't flinch towards the ball. Hawkey says, Dave, my first Trent Bridge memory was Eddie Hemmings and Mike Ball, last wicket rear guard against Imran Khan and Garth LaRue in the great title-winning summer of 1981. Good memories, Hawkey. Yeah, Imran Khan and Garth LaRue. Jayden Seals bowls to Haynes, pushes it out onto the offside. Imran Khan was at Worcestershire first, wasn't he, and then went to Sussex afterwards.
Yes.
LaRue, a South African, another of the many South Africans who was denied an opportunity to play Test cricket, but they were both a handful, a terrific handful for any attacks, particularly on those hard wickets at Hove back in the day. 81 for 3. The Seals bowls again, and this is pushed out onto the offside end of the over. No run. I guess you can sort of generalise and say most counties have had some great overseas players in their time, but Sussex have had some really good servants. You know, I often think of Kepler Vessels, all the runs he got, you know, Ricky's dad.
No, definitely.
Mushy, of course.
Well, of course,
the,
Mushy.
Championship side in more recent times. I mean, it's getting on for 20 years, isn't it?
It is, and latterly as well. I would say Steve McGoffin, who obviously didn't get the rewards in terms of championships, but took hatfuls of wickets. Could you see Jack Carson warming up? Down at, he could have just been keeping himself warm.
So you said that after about 4 overs.
Yeah, he's doing it again. He's clapping his hands now, so perhaps he's just keeping warm.
He's one that his career has been dogged by injuries as well.
Yes, he had some knee problems, Jack, but he's back to full fitness now. And comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, clipped away to mid-on, fielded by sprawling Ollie Robinson. I think he was just denoting there that the ball perhaps came off an old wicket end or something. That's Ollie. He just wonder whether you called it right, Dave, and we might see a little blast from Robinson before the close. Still got another 15 overs to be bowled tonight. Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and played by Hamid down towards third man. A long chase for Jack Carson all the way down to the far end of the ground, down in front of the pavilion, which is covered in plastic sheeting while the renovations carry on. 2 more to Hamidi goes to 30, and Nottinghamshire to 83 for 3, so they're nearly halfway towards wiping out the first innings arrears.
So we've had 13 wickets in 80 overs today.
Yeah. 3 slips in place. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Hamid, who's forward and plays that carefully into the offside. Picks up a single because it meant that Ollie Carter had to run from cover to field, and Jack Carson came running in from deep point to field. But there is just the 1 run to Hamid. He goes to 31, 84 for 3.
Very loose maths, but that's roughly 1 wicket every 6 overs, which is quite a high output for a county championship game.
But we've seen some really high quality bowling. We've seen some very quick bowling by Josh Tongue, who was really impressive. And any supporters listening who think we need a quick bowler, well, that was quick today. Hudson Prentice on his way in again, bowls and defends. Does Jack Haynes down the offside of the track. Hudson Prentice fields on his follow through, and there is no run.
It also means at that rate we shouldn't be surprised if we see another 2.5 wickets fall this evening. Although we would be surprised if we saw 2.5 wickets fall.
Well, we thought at one stage we'd be done by 6, but I mean because the Nottinghamshire over 8 was excellent. They're +4, but
yeah, come on, Sussex, get on with it.
We have had. Well, I guess we've had 3 wickets, and we've had the seamers all the time for Sussex.
Now the game has flowed. It's been a good watch.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays to point. There is no run. It just feels, Sussex will feel if they could pick up another couple of wickets here tonight, they're right back in this game. Notts will feel if they can just carry on as they are and maybe get to 120 for 3 at the close, they'll feel they've had a decent day.
Yeah. But just on getting through the day, I mean, we've had no, frivolous attempts to have the ball changed at all. Why would we? Because wickets have...
In bowls and raps on the thigh pad, I think we'll find that was. And we'll see if that's a leg bye signalled by the umpire. Yes, indeed, it is a leg bye. It means that Haynes will retain the strike. 85 for 3. Hamid 31. Haynes yet to get off of the mark. And Hudson Prentice 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. I could see John. Sorry, Dave. I could see John Simpson just having a chat to Ollie Robinson. I just wonder if that's a. Do you fancy 3 or 4 overs at the end, Ollie? Type discussion.
Yeah.
Or it could be absolutely nothing to do with it. Could be a field placing or anything. I think he likes to sort of take Ollie Robinson's advice. I guess Robinson, Hughes, and Simpson are the senior members of the side.
Now these boys have said, "Do you fancy a Chinese or an Indian tonight?"
Yeah, quite possibly.
Or are we going for a pizza? Could be anything. Here's Jaden Seals from the broad end, and that's cut away for 4 by Jack Haynes. That'll just ease a little bit of pressure on Jack Haynes, because he was on 0 for 2 or 3 overs since arriving out in the middle. He's cut that one away nicely.
Nice shot.
Yeah, off the mark. Always looks better 4 not out than 0 not out. He's away. Son of Gavin Haynes, former Worcestershire all-rounder, the 90s or so. Jaden Seals on the live stream there looks distinctly unimpressed. Looks to have a nice, shiny, expensive gold stud in his ear as he comes in again and bowls, and Haynes eases it out onto the offside.
I may be slightly longer with this update, Dave, because I want to talk about this lad, Ollie Morris, into our drive time show.
Is that Ollie Moore?
Ollie Moore.
Don't get his name wrong.
Dear, oh dear, what's the matter with it? It's been a long day, Dave. Yes, you got it right. So I may be 5 minutes or so.
We'll see you when you land, as they say. 89 for 3, Nottinghamshire. Trail by 80, having bowled the visitors Sussex out for 169. And Adrian and I always go on about how relatively few matches Notts and Sussex play, and when they do play, they're generally fairly short affairs. As this is run to backward point, fielded there by Ollie Robinson, one way or another. Generally, we've had some 2 and 3 day matches when the sides have met over the last decade or so. Ollie Carter top scoring with 46. Sussex side made it into double figures. as Seals bowls and Haynes drives up to mid-off, no run. And for not Slater out, caught Coles, bowled Seals for 20. Duckett caught Simpson, bowled Robinson for 9. Clark caught Clark, bowled Hudson Prentice for 19. Wickets going down at 36, 55 and 80. Thanks to everybody for all your correspondence today. Helps us get through the day. 89 for 3. Seals pacey delivery, and Jack Haynes did well to avoid being struck there, bobbed underneath it. Turned round and he's asking the Notts dressing room for something. Is he asking for a new bat? Didn't make contact with that, but there's something he's asking for. Might just be the rubber. Yeah, I think he's asking for another bat rubber to be brought out, and he's taken that yellow one off the handle much quicker than I could ever do. That was always a fiddly job, putting a bat rubber on the bat handle. There's the cone being brought out. In fact, it isn't. It's a drinks bottle being brought out for Ollie Robinson. There was a cone being brought on the field to put a new grip on. Yes, clearly not the first time that Jack Haynes has done that. Let's do a quick look at what's happening elsewhere. 2 matches in Division 1. Somerset 189 for 7 at the Oval against Surrey. Worcestershire 162 all out. Durham a 39 for 2 in reply. Lost the wickets of the openers, Alex Lees and Ben McKinney. 2 matches going on in Division 2 at Derby. Derbyshire 234 for 3 against Middlesex 52. They've already got a bowling point though. Leicestershire 32 for 3, so similar to here. 13 wickets have gone down at Bristol. That was my fault, everybody, for saying there's been no delays in the play at all. So we lost 5 minutes there whilst Jack Haynes put a new grip on his bat handle. A little surprising, he just didn't ask for a new bat to be brought out. Generally have a stock of 4 or 5 with them that are all pretty much the same. Anyway, we're ready to go. 89 for 3 as Jaden Seals comes in to bowl to him, and Haynes gets behind it, pushes it out into the covers. That's the end of the over. The 23rd over of the innings. Seals 7 overs, 1 for 33. John Simpson has stayed at this end. Finn Hudson Prentice striding in, and presume he's going to hand his cap. Is he going to hand his cap, or is it going to be? I think it's going to be Tom Clark to come on to be the 4th bowler used. So wickets for Seals, Robinson and Hudson Prentice, and now Tom Clark, the 4th bowler to be introduced. Only made 8 this morning. LBW to Brett Hutton. 2nd wicket to go down. He's taken a good catch though to dismiss Joe Clark not so long ago. Here is Tom Clark then, the right arm medium pacer, and his first ball is short. Not very much like it was a little bit of a loosener. It was pulled away by Hamid through mid wicket for 4. Nottinghamshire captain quickly latching on to the length of that one. Hamid on to 35. That's 93 for 3, trailing by 76. Here comes Clark. In again, bowls and better line and length this time. Just defended out on the legs. Clark. Again to Hamid, repeat of the last delivery, just worked to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Notts winning the toss at 10:30, asking Sussex to bat first. Brett Hutton opening the bowling from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. And third ball of the match. Tom Haynes dismissed. This one is drilled back by me to the bowler. Haynes out for naught. Had been a run scored by Daniel Hughes. That from the first ball of the match. Haynes out. Second ball, third ball of the match. He drives into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Don't think he'd have got a run there. I think both Hughes and Ollie Robinson were in a position from mid-on and mid-off respectively to close it down. 93 for 3. Clark in again. Past umpire Newell, and that's a full toss that's put away for 4, and it's a no ball. Fine shot from Hamid, cutting that one away powerfully to backward point, but it was an overstep from Tom Clark. And Notts advanced to 99 for 3. That was an expensive delivery on the leg side. Here comes Seals then.